Hello. Uh, I need to find out something first. Does anyone know what the key to the hotkey to put this game on windowed mode? I don't know the key. Is it Alt Enter? Alt F4, of course. So yeah, Alt Enter doesn't work. I want this game to be on fucking windowed mode. I'm gonna try to do this right now. Because I can't get this game to windowed mode, that's all I could say. Cause I wanna have this game on windowed mode for some reason. So you can see so you can see all the shit right now. Isn't this game like 4x3? That's why it probably is. So I'm not on windowed mode for this game. So the weird thing is that I'm not on windowed mode, and also at this. Is this game loud? I just realized this. Is this game loud? I might need to like reduce the volume, but is this game loud? Yo, mobile and can't see shit. Hey Seth. Hey Sephi. Hey Sigma. Hey Arvich. Yeah, is this game loud? No one's answering my question. Okay, I guess it's not that loud then. Or maybe it's loud, I don't know. If the game is loud, then I have to do this real quick. Yeah, now you can see my fucking whatever it is. The reason why is because I don't think it's loud. You know how games go? Yeah, I know how games go, but the weird thing is that I can't make this game on window mode. 1, I couldn't even show anything on my screen. 2, and I have to put this game on display capture for this whole time. So everything that I'm like looking at or like browser wise, I shifted it to like my other screen instead. Because I don't want anyone to see like other stuff as well. Is there any other stuff that I need to remember to shift? Oh yeah, I do. Wait, what the fuck? This game works now? Are you fucking kidding me? Wait. Are you kidding me? This game works now. I spent 20 minutes trying to fix this shit. What? Oh my god, bro. Fine, okay, fine. I don't have to use fucking capture device, like display capture anymore. It took me 20 minutes just to like fucking rearrange shit. Fine, okay. Now it works. Okay. Now I can actually play the game. This is ObsCure. It was chosen by the community because, you know, people wanted to see ObsCure. It won the vote by 8 votes, if I'm not mistaken. Why is this game still loud? How the fuck is this game still fucking loud? Hold on. Yeah, this game is still fucking loud. We vote? Yeah. It's not that game. I don't think it's that game. It's another game. This game is so loud. Like, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. So, people voted for this game on Discord, and it was the highest votes with 8. The next one was Dead Island with 5. I don't know why people wanted me to play Dead Island. People were wanting to choose fucking Resident Evil, but then they chose this game instead, so yeah. But yeah, we're gonna be playing ObsCure, and that's not hard. Okay, we're gonna play it on normal. What kind of fucking rock music is this? I want to play Dead Island again. That's why. Hey, Go Styles. I vote for Mythic Manor. What the fuck is Mythic Manor? I have not heard of Mythic Manor before. But if you guys do not know, I'll be playing a lot of horror games for the next for this month. Kenny, Josh. He's the guy who films his porno. Stan. He's the guy who actually fucks the girl. Shannon. That's the girl that they're fucking. I want to get Eternal Darkness, but I have to get one, the game, and two,
hey, Josh, get out
the GameCube controller, because you know I have a Wii that I could actually play GameCube games on.
Do you know what time it is? You said you were coming home early.
I said that to Mom and Dad, not to you.
Oh,
Always the same story with you. I know why you don't want to come home. Kenny,
what the fuck was that throw? That throw trajectory was so bad. How the fuck did it go in like that?
you just go.
Let's beat it, Kenny. Are you sticking around?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot a few more baskets.
Okay, whatever. Catch you later.
Angry Scootsman. Wow. Mr. Michael Jordan right here. I see. Oh man. Fuck! What is this? What is with this movement? I don't like this movement. Hold on. Up, down. Hold on. Right, left. I don't like this movement. Is this where I get to witness the iconic skill? Yes. The skill is that I'm pretty fucking horrible at this right now. Okay, there we go. How you doing, Pinji? Movement. Movement. Okay. Okay, this is the walk. Okay, cool. What kind of fucking... This isn't tank controls. Is this tank controls? It is tank controls. Fuck me. How's this tank controls? Wait, this is not tank controls. This is actually like... Okay, you know what? This shit. Also, I can't use my controller for some fucking reason. I can't even use my dumbass controller for this game. Because it says no controller assigned. Wait, hold on. Oh, because it's player 2. Fuck me. How about this now? Fuck! It doesn't work. Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe if I use... Because I only got it set up for like, I don't know how long. What if I use this then? But I don't think it's tank controls. Is this tank controls? It doesn't seem like tank controls. Okay. Does it start up right now? Are you kidding me? Quit stalling, shut the fuck up. How you doing, Erna? How you doing, Metal? God, I'm trying to get this game to work, but it doesn't want to work. Okay. Does it pick up my controller? Hey Shay, just walk 2 steps. True. Shut the fuck up, Siri. I'm not gonna say this true, this true. Siri just came on and said this true, this true. What is wrong with my... Okay, wait. Is it because this game is actually... Oh my god. Hold on. Controller. Fuck me. Can I not have the controller on Steam for now? Show me this guy's balls, of course. Okay. Hold on. Please get this thing to work. Thank God. Okay, this thing works now. Okay. Okay. How does it not work? Bro! Okay, this game is weird. I don't understand. Player 2 controllers. God, I can't even... I don't even know. It doesn't even work as well. How the fuck is it not working? Where's my DualSense? There we go. Oh, it's because it's on Saw. Fuck me. How about now? No, it's not. Fuck. Okay, fine. You know what? Fine, we'll play this on fucking keyboard then. Because I don't know why. We're gonna be playing this game on keyboard. And I'm probably gonna have a bad time playing this game on keyboard. What the fuck is Saw? Saw the game. Oh shit, his phone. His phone is ringing. Ringing! Is it in here?
That must be Ashley calling me. I should have turned off my cell phone.
Should've turned off my cell phone. Ashley? Who the fuck is Ashley? Hold on. How do I interact? I can't interact. Wait, can I? What the fuck is interact? Log, help me. Okay, actions. Space! No wonder! Fuck me! Why is it in space, bro? Okay. Why don't you interact with some bitches? How about, like, why don't you look at some titties instead? I don't know. Okay, what is... I hate these controls now. I hate these controls. I think this is more modern controls than fucking whatever it is. I hate modern controls. I want to use this game. I want to play this game on, like... Okay, now question. If my Yeah, okay, question. If my PS5 controller doesn't work, would my PS3 controller work instead? Let's try this out. If my PS3 controller works instead, then poggers, I guess. If it doesn't work, then I'm like copium, you know? Wait, no, because I don't have this game on whatever it is. Hold on. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, no, do not play any kind of fucking Spotify music. Please. Do not play any kind of Spotify music right now. Ah, this game is so dumb. This game's so dumb. Why is this game so dumb? Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, whatever. We're gonna save the settings for now. Oh, it works. It works on my fucking PS3 controller, of course. Fuck. What do you mean cancel? I can't cancel for shit and giggles. What do you mean cancel? Oh fuck, my music! What the fuck? This game! Okay, this... Okay, pause is R2! I don't understand! Why is pause R2? Oh, this is going so well. Oh shit! No, do not fucking... Okay, there we go. No more stuff. Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to fucking make this game work. Shut the fuck up, Erna. Help. Okay. Next. Okay. Action. What? I'm gonna have an aneurysm. What the flying fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. What the flying fuck? What is this? What is this? Hold on. What is this? Okay, wait. Hold on. What the flying fuck is this? Who fucking made the controls like this? Look. This is A! How the fuck is this A? How the fuck is this? What? No, I don't want to say. Fuck me. What is this bullshit? This is bull. Hey, Sadie. What the fuck is this bullshit? My controller does that shit when I connect it via Bluetooth. I didn't even connect it via Bluetooth. This is actually just via fucking PS3. This is just a PS3 controller. How the flying fuck does it work like this? This is gay. This game is gay. I should have just took a longer time for setup. Fuck me. This game is shit. This game is shit. Gauge, yes. Wage. Start using a fucking keyboard. I'm not gonna use a keyboard. Fuck using a keyboard. Okay, wait. Wait. Oh, it works! It works! It works on my PS5. How the fuck did it work on my PS? How the fuck did it does it not work on my PS5 like before? What? Huh? What do you mean press any key? I'm pressing all the keys. Oh, because it's... Oh. No wonder. Okay, hold on. Okay. Game works. Fuck you guys. Game works. Your mom sucked my penis every day. I don't care. Anyways. Okay. It does work. Where's the any key? I don't know. The any key is around. I have any key anyways. Okay. Now I can fucking play this game. Stop sleeping! Get up! Guys, it's time to get up. Also, how you doing? I saw that one guy. Is it Sadie? Sadie, how you doing, Sadie? Hope you're doing well. Yo, your grandma nibbled on your cock? Hell yeah, brother. How you doing, AJ?
You know me better than that.
Oh, how you doing, Pip Sprite?
Just a quick shower and I'll be right there.
Good. And don't be late this time. See you, baby.
Yo!
Hey, I'll be right
Yo, we're gonna have sex every night with this chick called Ashley. Fuck you, by the way. Fuck you as well. What's RT? Wait, this is the run? What is to walk? Oh, this is to walk. Okay. What is this game? I don't know what this game is. I legitimately do not know what this game is. I heard it's a game. I heard it's one of those horror games, but I've never known what this game is all about. Oh, so what is this? The match report on the last game. Okay, cool. Look at him running. It's in fact a game. It is in fact a game. I just don't know what this game is. We're just gonna be fucking this one chick, honestly. Now I can't fuck Ashley because my condom's in the back and someone stole my back. So my special aptitude is just to run? Are you kidding me? God damn it. Where my bag at? Come on, man. I wanna just fuck Ashley, man. Why can't I just, like, you know? Okay, what is this? A piece of paper, okay. God, I don't understand what the fuck is this special aptitude. I hope I don't have to play with 2 players. Hold on. No teammates available. Okay, cool. No teammates available at the moment. Good. So Fatal Frame without anime waifus? I don't know. This is not Camera Obscura. This is not Camera Obscura. This is like not even Camera Obscura at all. This guy fit, by the way. Like, damn. Can he jump down? Okay, I guess so. Joking, please don't hurt me. Well, that's the wrong game, bitch. Oh my god, he's still playing hoops. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna play hoops right here. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here then. Yo, dude, where's my bag at? Come on, dude. Why you gotta do this to me? I want my bag. What is my... Is right trigger my R2, by the way? I'm playing this game on PS5 now. Like, I'm playing this game on a PS5 controller, so I don't know what it is. These are the latest results by our sports team. Yeah, your sports team fucking sucks ass, bro. Why are you asking us? Because I don't know what it is on the fucking X... You know what? Xbox. Xbox, turn on. Okay. Right trigger is... Okay, my R2 then. Okay, cool. I have to look at my Xbox 360 controller. Shut the fuck up. Cause I guess you guys are smart. I'm just you guys are smart. Smile. The door is jammed. I can't open it. Autismo channel. Hey. Do you know what people chose? People chose on my channel as me being skillful, and I'm like, how the fuck am I skillful? Skillful in sucking cock, probably. I have a cheat sheet. What is this? Okay.
I didn't know there was a garden behind this iron door.
There's a garden? This is a garden? Door is closed. I see. I'm surprised your community didn't vote for you to play Among Us because no one I choose the game. They choose what game I play. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you join the Discord? Join the Discord at !Discord. Join this? You join this. The sticky key can be used to join two weapons together. Plus, press A to continue. Okay. Ooh. No. Damn. I tried. What the fuck? How is there a gun in the school? How is there a fucking gun in a shack in a school? What? Combine the weapon and the flashlight. Hold LB. What? Press A. Tape the lamp to. There.
Okay. Let's go.
What the fuck? How do I aim the gun? Okay, I aim the gun. Boost? What the fuck does boost? Okay, that's weird. Okay, God, how the fuck? What? You came obscure these nuts. How you doing? Well, it is a game, I guess. Severely not okay? I don't know.
It's friggin' creepy down here.
I know, right? Smile. Oh, holes.
What the hell?
What the hell? Oh my fucking god, what the fuck is this? The boost will be useful. Oh, okay. Press and hold. Wait, press and hold. Okay, hold R. Oh. The gauge shows how much light is overheating. Okay, sure. Thank you. Boost this cock. How about like no? Okay, so it just goes all the way down like that. Okay, cool. Syringes, weird products. Okay, it's weird products. The case is blocking the passage. Okay. What the fuck are you in here for? Is this all for a fucking bag with condoms inside that you want to fuck Ashley? What is happening? This guy wants to find his bag so that he could fuck his girlfriend Ashley, but like his bag got stolen with all his condoms in there, and like he can't fuck Ashley until he gets his bag until he gets his bag with fucking condoms. That's like literally what it is. I don't give a fuck. This is literally what it is right now. What could be behind those doors? In any case, just shut. Oh my god, it's so fucking. Just go raw, man. True. Just fuck raw, honestly. He doesn't have a wallet con. I know, right? He just doesn't have a. You know, it is what it is, man. He stores fucking whatever it is inside. Go ramen. Go ramen. Cages of my size. My size cages? Interesting. Alright, what the flying fuck is this? Can't open it, it's closed, it's locked. What size is Juho? Pretty small. Oh shit.
No, have pity, no.
What the hell is this place anyway?
XXS.
Please,
Hey,
don't hurt me.
chill out. I'm not gonna hurt you.
What?
You fell for it too.
Fell for what?
You don't get it? We've got to get you out of here quick.
Okay, let's bolt.
Don't abandon me, whatever you do.
This is like a fucking alien. Oi, oi, fuck you, man. I ain't gonna. Okay, wait, hold on. Well, what's. I didn't even see anything. Is this the fucking whatever it is? Sure. I want to get you, George. What? He says some horror
Always
area.
hides a gun in
Yes. Does he have a gun? Holy shit, he's actually taking out a gun. What the flying fuck? Okay. So we're only playing this on single player because I don't have a fucking partner. Hey, Al Lucas. Go along and play through things. I don't have a fucking co-op partner because I don't know. I don't know how reliable this fucking AI is, but Wait! Wait, help me! Wait. Well, okay, bye. See you, bitch. See ya, bitch. Yeah, that's right, bitch. See ya. Unreliable AI. See ya.
Let's push the cage away.
And you wonder why no co-op? Yeah, go suck these. Suck these nuts, bitch. Let my co-op partner fucking die anyways. Yeah, that's right. Ah! Suck on these nuts, bitch. Ah! Get out of the way, you fucking idiot. Sorry. Get out. Get the fuck out. Wait, what the fuck? Ow, okay, wait. Am I don't even know what to do. Am I dead? I'm dead. There's that, I guess. Wait, hold on.
So, tell me.
Is this actually the prologue? Like, legit? Is this actually, like, the prologue?
Must have had a wild time.
Yeah, right. If I see that guy, he's gonna get it.
What did he do?
He stood me up. I'm getting fed up with your brother.
You don't have to survive?
If he wasn't
Wait,
cute,
so I can technically survive?
Something happened to him?
Okay, I can technically survive then. Okay.
Principal's always watching us like a hawk.
Come on, hurry up. Mr. Garrison, lock the gates and send the latecomers to my office.
Yes. Take advantage of the sunshine while it lasts.
Please sit down and be quiet.
Hey, ladies. What are you so gloomy about?
Kenny's disappeared. You wouldn't know anything about it.
Speedrun only 24 minutes.
I spent the whole
Jesus.
night working on my movie.
Nobody's seen him since last night. I'm really starting to get worried.
I know. Aliens beamed him up to their ship, did some experiments on him, and finally killed him.
Josh?
Technically, the co-op guy is actually a fucking, you know, alien. It looks like a fucking alien.
We better call the cops. What do you think?
Hey, if he doesn't show up, let's meet at the cafeteria at 6.
God, I really want to fucking play bully.
The cops would tell my parents.
Great. My first real investigation.
My first real invest. What? You alright, dude?
Nothing works in this crummy school.
We're leaving in 5 minutes anyway.
Yo, feet.
Josh.
Yo, feet. Yo, titties. Yo, titties. He's gonna make a porno. Hey, Masha. Have you played Daily Premonition? No, I have not. I swear to God, this guy is just literally gonna make a fucking porno anyways. I've never played Bully because, like, here's the thing.
Map of the school. This should help us.
So, I never played Bully because I think it was how much at the time, so I just didn't play Bully at all.
I just know there's something else.
How do I even hit?
If we get caught, we'll be kicked out for sure.
I guess so, yeah. A disc. Lets you save when you wish. Okay, I can save whenever I want to then. I think the vending machine is out of order. Can play this game together? Well, I can play this game solo. And then I'll leave my fucking partner behind. Like what I did just now. I literally just leave the fucking alien dude behind. And I fucking was like, yep. Didnn't no. Wasn't Daily Premonition the one with the rhythm sex game? I don't know if it's the rhythm sex game, honestly. Door is locked. Okay.
There's nothing left for us here.
What? What's the matter with you?
Okay, I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop doing that. Can say whatever I want. Horror. Oh dang. A real wire. Interesting. Hey. I'm just, you know, having fun. All right. Oh my God, this lock is just taking way too long. Cool, I managed to force the lock. What? Where the fuck are you even? Yeah, I know who he is. I mean, he has a sub for a reason. And he has been here for a while. Door seems locked. Okay.
I'm positive there's still something left.
Boom. No, he doesn't. You're the guy who asked me to get the fucking, whatever it was. You're the guy who asked me to get a fucking tote bag, and I forgot about the tote bag. No, man. No shit. A map. I have Ash, A and Sh. Was it Ashley and Shannon? I guess so. I don't know, it's a fucking tote bag. Irish didn't even sub, he got a gift sub. He said he subs, but he never subs at all. He just gets a fucking gift sub. Lucky bitch, true. Just say no. Alright, guys, do not just say no. Yeah, everyone just gets a gift sub, you know. Cause that's what it is. It was like fucking 25% off as well, so I don't know. Hydrate your tons. What? What the fuck?
This place reeks.
This place reeks. Oh shit. Get the fuck out of here. You subbed to Telegram Premium? What the fuck is Telegram Premium? I've never heard of Telegram Premium before. Okay, I guess what? Tape the lamp to... What? Energy drink. I have a CD as well. CD's nuts. This doesn't concern me. Okay. How much is the sub? I don't know. I don't know what it is in Malaysian ringgit. 790? What the fuck? 790? That's like fucking... That's like $2. What the
Where's
fuck?
that draft coming
That's
from?
like $2 Singapore dollars. It's not very clean. I get. No, it's not very clean because this is the fucking ghost toilet. That's why. And I broke the ghost's toilet's mirror! Oh shit, dude. Oh. I broke the ghost toilet's fucking mirror. I feel bad now. I feel bad for doing so. I broke this one as well, so don't worry about it. I took an energy drink from the fucking cubicle? That's disgusting. I'm gonna drink that later anyways. Subs are like 8 Australian dollars. That's so fucking expensive. What the fuck? You got like cheap ass fucking, you know, cheap subs and then expensive subs. Like what the fuck? Bro. Can't see itself in the mirror anyways. True. I'm fucking ugly. Ugly as a person. Copium. Okay, where am I supposed to go? It's locked. Oh! Ashley Thompson with her titties all out. Wait, is she wearing a fucking G-string? She is wearing... Wait. Do you call this a G-string? I don't even know if it's a G-string. That just looks like a fucking G-string. Hey, Featherstone. Door must be locked. Wait.
The Sharks, our star basketball team.
I call it a J-string? What the fuck does that mean? What are we here for? What am I here for? I'm just here for, like, whatever bullshit that happens, honestly. A screwdriver was lost in the room during the renovation work. Please let me know. Please let me know if you find it. Thank you, Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison. Wait, this is our classroom. What the fuck are we doing here, even? Map of Spain. Where's the map of Spain without the fucking S? Man, I need the Spain without the fucking S, man. What? Oh. What? What do you mean? This way, right? What? Huh? What? There you go. He sounds like he's having like multiple fucking orgasms at once. Like, oh, it's like, okay, wait, wait, is it this one? Okay, so I only have a bat. Okay, energy drink. Can I even drink the energy drink?
There's nothing left for us here.
That's the question. Can I even drink the energy drink? Also, you're breaking all the fucking windows in a fucking public
What on earth is going on here?
school.
There's no. I
think you can, sure. Door must be locked. Okay, everywhere is fucking locked, honestly. Connection problem, call me. Damn, call that guy, honestly, if you have connection problems.
If Shannon were here, she would tell me what to do.
Pots of plants, plaster, and maintenance products. Nothing interesting. Ooh, I love you, Horseman. Hello, Artless. I love you too. Yeah, sure. Sure. Wait, do we need a screwdriver or something? Wait, what do we need a screwdriver?
Where were you? I was worried sick.
Is this can alright?
Let's go.
If I selected a teammate, you can give orders at any time. Okay.
Let's see what's in here.
Wait, I can select a teammate. What? So do I want the skanky bitch or the other skanky bitch? You, because you, you know, why not? Are you vibing with this game so far? It's cool. I just don't know how cool it is. Wait, does she have a flashlight? That's the question.
Let's go. Okay, I'll stay put. Okay, let's move.
Is this girl from the poster? Yes, this girl's from the poster, and she, you know, she's pretty hot. She has a fucking G-string as well. Security's nuts, true. How you doing, Xeon? The overhead projector seems broken. Hold on. I use the screwdriver. Can I use the screwdriver for anything? What the? Huh? Wait, I can select people? Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Is the flashlight with an A or an E? I probably have a flashlight with an A. She has a flashlight with an E, so I don't know. Bruh, okay. Flashlight? Probably. What do you do to make yourself go to sleep? I just fucking watch videos. I watch YouTube videos. The streamer is a flash. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Wait. Do I need Ashley or Shannon? That's the question. I watch horror streams. True. It's closed. The lock seems rusted.
What's behind this door?
Wait. Hold on. What do I need the screwdriver for? I don't understand. Okay, let me actually get the other person then. Streamer of flashlight come? What? You.
All right, I'll go with you.
Alright. Do you do anything? What do you even have? Hold on. Force a lock. What?
It's not doing anything.
Huh? I have no understanding of this game. Okay. Hey, Cheeto vendor. Can use the screwdriver on open doors? Like any kind of doors? It's useless.
It's useless.
Well. Okay, let me actually use like the screwdriver on like other doors then. It's useless. I imagine Goofy from Dreamlight Valley sounds. What? I mean, in real life, true. What? Oh. Sure, I'll save my game.
Okay, it's recorded.
Damn, bro. Reel of wire. Hold down to force a lock. What does that mean? Like, hold down to force a lock. What? You mean you? What?
It's useless.
What? Let me put it in. What? What are you talking about? I put in what? Bro, you alright? I don't want to put it in on anyone. This door must be locked. Tape the lamp. Oh, this is the flashlight, which I don't have the flashlight anyways. My dick, your ass now. That's pretty, no. Anyways. Force a lock will break it? I guess so. Okay. Renovation work. It's too bad. Bye? Wow. Can you puzzle a little smarter? Well, my viewers say that I'm skillful. So technically I have the skill to do a puzzle that is a little smarter later on in the game, but I don't know anything. Staff room. Maybe that one.
It's useless.
Fuck you, dude. Okay. We're here because of pity. Copium, man. We're here just pity. What? Proto is better? Wow. I have to say that, honestly. Wait, where's my bat? I just realized something. Where's my bat? You can see reception from here. What?
Let's check the place out.
It's useless.
My god, what do I do? I'm actually confused right now. Holy shit. Wait, hold on. Use the material. So, my question right now is that can I use like can I get a flashlight? My grandma can puzzle better than you. True. This is literally like fucking Resident Sleeper so far. Cause I don't know what the fuck is happening. What?
Let's see what's in here.
Do I have a flashlight? Yeah, the question right now is that do I have a flashlight? Which I don't.
Okay, let's move.
I don't have a flashlight for anything. It's not even a dig at you. My grandma is just good at puzzles. Interesting. Okay, clues. What? Hold on. Josh Carter. Josh has lively. Press check a room. What? To give a hint. Press and lock for special attack. Okay. What the fuck is the hand? I don't even know what the hand is. Good term. Josh has a lively, inventive, and curious spirit. Sometimes too much so. I was surprised searching around in Professor Kogan's office. Journalism. Particularly talented at flushing out clues and objects that are useful for his reports. Excellent student, well done. Beware, however, giving good advice to friends during exams will not be tolerated in the future. Shannon is certainly fated to become a doctor. She cares better than anyone. Plus 25% recovery, what the fuck? Progress made this term, but a long way to go. Ashley should not confuse patience Wait, no, pertinence. Pertinence? What the fuck is pertinence? And impertinence. Ashley distinguished herself amazingly during the last stage of initiation to defense arms. Okay, so she knows how to use a fucking gun then. What are my clues? I don't even know what my clues are. Bro, okay. Question mark. What? Okay. Joe can't read. I'm illiterate, that's why. Smile. How do you chat? Like this. Blah blah blah. Fuck you, bitches. You dumb bitches.
Where's the draft coming from?
Oh hell yeah! Oh fuck yeah! Oh god, I'm so disgusting. I'm so sorry.
Don't even think about
I feel like I'm watching Dora the Explorer. True. Oh shit, we're in. We're in. We're fucking in. That nay, that's not a nay. The teachers are lucky enough to have individual showers. Wait, that's the teachers' fucking showers? How are those the teachers' showers? Bro! Bro, teachers' showers, man. Damn. Door's locked. Okay, we're in a new area right now. 10 ways to tame your students. 1. Put them on a fucking leash, bro! 2. Handcuff them! 3. Fucking, I don't know. Tell them if you don't fucking pay attention, I'll show my fucking cock. Bro! They'll pay attention, that's for sure. Whip them for sure. For sure. For real. Okay, what's this? Ministry of Health. Okay. The result of the free sale of energy drinks is an acceleration in nerve exchanges between the brain and the muscles and an increase in intellectual performance. Oh, you can't show your cock in school anymore. No, you can't. What the fuck? Be aware that the absorption of energy drinks causes addiction in the majority of consumers. That this product also causes serious headaches and intestinal pains in vulnerable You know what I want to do? I forgot about whatever it was, but whatever. I'm just gonna talk about it later. Maybe it will come back to me when I like remember. Hold on. Invulnerable peoples. For these reasons, we order that the sale and consumption of energy drinks are prohibited in all school establishments effective today. Any contravention will be punished by the law in effect on the same basis as for drug traffickers. Interesting. This is not the same fucking note as what I'm reading on the fucking paper. So I can technically take these, like, whatever it is, huh? Calendars in French. Is it in French? Octobre, Janvier, Avril Lavigne. We have a fucking Avril Lavigne. Fucking Avril Lavigne month, man. Poggers, Avril Lavigne month.
Stan's grades really suck.
Rip Stan. Least racist Filipino. Filipino. What the fuck? The devs are French. Wait, the devs are actually French? What the fuck? Boo. Hello, James. Hope you're doing well, Poggers. Oh, breaking windows. Maybe if we can find the papers of our next class. Oh, really?
It's useless.
Can we do that, Smile? Oh, man. I hope their meals are better than what cafeteria serves. Interesting. Wait, what? Is that a lock? No, that's not a lock. If you want to stop playing a French game, I understand. Playing a French game? Omega lol. Omega lol. Playing a French game? Omega lol. Key to the teacher's room. Guys, stop speaking in French. I don't even know what French. I don't even know what you. Why are you guys speaking in French? Oh shit. Okay. So this is the teacher's. The jump scare.
Stan's grades really suck.
Stan's grades really suck.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I didn't mean to do that, man. This is fucking whack. I only know Gem Labite, and that's about it. This is a Gem Labite. In here, the teachers stored things they confiscated. Okay, cool.
It isn't me.
What the? Is that a door? The fuck is this?
You've got a serious problem.
I know, right? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but I had to. Okay, it's a wall. Okay. Cabinet Mech's Mind. Wait, okay, question. Hey, JA Games. It's something. Who has played this game? I wanna know who in the chat has played this game before. Okay, you have? Okay, James has. Anyone else has ever played this game before? You played the demo. Okay, Artless played the demo. Anyone else who had played this game before? Anyone else who had played this game before? Hello, Maxima. Oh, Maxilla, sorry. I played it a long time ago. I think on release. Okay, Ghost Styles played this on release. Release these nuts. What the fuck? Ecdysis, yo, no, I'm Ecdysis with the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. How's your whatever it is? By the way, hope your stream of marathons went well. Hello guys, my name is Jewars. This is OBS cured. My OBS was cursed, and then it was cured because I don't know. This game didn't want to launch for like 20 minutes on my OBS until like when I actually started streaming. So my OBS was cursed and then cured. But yeah, hope your marathon went well, or like the series of games that you are playing. For those of you who do not know who I am, my name is Juhorse. I've become the sleepy. You have become the sleepy. Go sleep, man. Fucking, you got like 3 fucking sleep schedule changes that you have to do this week. Go sleep. Have a good night's sleep. Yeah, but for those of you who do not know, my name is Juhorse. I play a lot of horror games. I speedrun a lot of horror games. I'm one of those people who actually get to be showcased on Ecdysis' fucking GDQ show, which is Speedruns from the Crypt. I've been there for like maybe 10 times already, so that's a good thing. I'm a very good friend to Ek. I was the guy who actually gave whoever that fucking thing. I was the guy who actually gave Ecdysis my PT copy, and I won't give anyone else. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. We're playing ObsCure because, you know, people wanted me to play ObsCure, so yeah. ObsCure. Hold on. I'm reading this thing. Official works acceptance document. Thank you for the follows again, by the way. Project number 503, building receiving the public private high school financiers. Fright Man. We got 2 Fright Men. Okay. Description of the service. Okay. Damn, that's a lot of followers. What the fuck? Very friends indeed. Set a number of buildings consisting of a main building with classrooms and administrative rooms, a library, a gymnasium, a dormitory, a double dining hall, a theater, a sick bay, and different practical workrooms. Interesting. This door must be locked. Okay. Can I even go into this door? The door is jammed. I can't open it. Get out of the way, fucking Ashley. I love horse with ketchup. What? You don't eat horses with ketchups. Stop eating horses with ketchup. Anyways. Show the hot tub. No one redeemed the hot tub. No one's gonna see my beautiful rack. Also, weird thing. So I put on Twitter saying that my viewers deemed me as skillful. And I'm like, yeah, I'm probably skilled. I'm skilled at speedrunning. I'm also skilled at talking about penises and vaginas because I talk about penises and vaginas. And I also am skilled about showing my fucking PNG titties on stream, that's for sure. Did anyone even fucking redeem hot tub? Because if anyone redeemed hot tub, good luck. No. Okay, you need the key. People on Twitter are insane, you can't trust them. True. Cardboard boxes full of school. What the flying fuck is all this? Is that piss? Oh, that's not piss, that's water. Ah! What the flying fuck, bro? No. Bat. Get out of here. Ashley, help! Ashley! Fucking Ashley, bro! Ashley, you fucker!
Move over!
What the fuck? Oh shit, sunlight! Ah! They're dead.
Mr. Walden, what are you doing here?
You've got to get out of here. Quick.
But those things, there.
I don't know, this guy was in here this whole time! Probably he pissed on the fucking floor!
You hurt yourself.
It's nothing. Just get out of here.
But I'm looking for Kenny. He's disappeared.
Danny, go see Mr. Friedman.
But how? All the exits are locked.
I'll open the door to the courtyard for you. I have something I need to do. Remember, the light.
Looks like we got ourselves into a real sticky situation.
I love how you yell, but yeah, I always do that. Oh, it's Friedman, not Friedman. I always think of it as Friedman, like Omega lol. The creature came this way. Oh, Shannon. A metal bar. Alright, Shannon. Wait, who? You're not Shannon. You're fucking. Here, Ashley. Take it, because I don't have a fucking co-op partner. Dialogue on the yes. Oh, spaghetti. You sure it wasn't a number 2? How you doing, Tetherius and Phoenix Wolf? Hope you guys are doing well. And a number 2. It just looks like piss. It just looks like fucking piss. That's about it. It just looks like fucking piss. Friedman. What? Administrator building. Okay, so it's on the other side then. Wait, on what? The other side? What? Where the fuck is this? What the fuck am I looking at? What map am I looking at this whole time? Oh, okay, sure, okay. J8. Oh, okay. Well, I'm fucking dumb. Return to gathering point. All right, return to gathering point.
Guys? You had me worried.
Do I?
I'll stay here.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'll stay put.
Wait, I need a. Okay. So I need a drink. How do I know about my energy? Or like, how do I know about my shit? Whatever. What? Save. There we go. Everything in this game looked like it's been pissed on. I love it.
Okay, it's recorded.
You're strong. The other one just gives me health like a fucking heel slut. Wait. Whoops. Fuck if we know. I don't know. How many people in this
I'm
fucking...
right behind you.
How many people in this chat actually play this game? That's the question, you know? I don't even know how many people in this chat actually play this game. Let me go this way then. Oh wait, no, it's this way then? Which way is it? This way. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, teacher Freeman. Class over. I got an achievement. Class definitely over.
Miss Ashley, what was your reaction when you saw those creatures?
Get lost.
Do you really think you'll get out of here alive?
Don't bug me, okay? I'm calling the cops.
And you, Shannon? Care to comment?
Cut it out. I'm too scared to turn around.
Oh no, the battery's dead.
Damn, I
Surprise.
can't.
Filming for hours.
It's
Why are
not
300
possible.
So any
people?
luck?
Because I got hosted. I got raided by Dices.
What are we gonna do now?
We don't have any choice. We gotta warn Friedman.
Hey Taiyaki. Here to troll? True. Hi, I'm here because there are basketball players. Actually, yeah, this game has basketball players. Believe it or not. How you doing, RS25? These guys are paid. No, the paid actors. Of course, they're paid actors. Whatever. Okay, sick bay, dining hall, dormitory. Wait. What? Okay. Why don't you juggle my pants? You're hung over? How are you hung over? What did you do to get hung over? Also, this guy can't like fucking film titties anymore, you know? Hi, Dad. I thought you were dead. Damn, bro. Why do you have to do that to that person like that? What? This game is obscure enough, I guess. You know. Oh shit! The fucking mystery fucking van, whatever it is. Got mega lost in hell while looking for milk. True. I only leave when I finish with the story. Does this guy want to finish his story? Puck. Interesting. Property damage? Well, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I've already smashed fucking windows and glass. Like, stop looking for MILF, alright? No one's gonna help you with looking for any kind of MILF, HJ. I don't think a MILF would help you at all. Okay, I've gone to parking. I guess the sick bay then. My cat tried to spam your chat. Good. Is my mom a MILF? No. Next question. By the way, careful of your characters when they're dead. Are you serious? When they're dead? Are you fucking kidding me? Bruh. No wonder fucking whoever died. He lay on my keyboard, he just want to say hi. Hi, Pip Spice's cat. I love you. I don't love Pip Sprite, by the way. I love Pip Sprite's pussy. No! Come back! God, that was the worst sentence I could ever think of. Wait, okay. I need the map. Hold on. I need the map. No, do I really have to go to the No, I don't have to go to the library. I have to go to whatever it is. Wimp. I miss what you have said. No. I said I love Pip Sprite. And she's an awesome streamer. You guys go check her out at twitch.tv/PipSprite. That was a bad one. It was super bad. Okay. Freeman's office is fucked up. Okay. My dad can fuck your dad. What? Bro? I don't think so. I don't think that's how it goes. It's totally what he said. No, that's true. That's true. What I said is actually true. For real, for real. I said I love PipSprite. You go check her out at twitch.tv/PipSprite. For real, for real. Wait. Huh? I'm actually confused right now. What the fuck? A grill? A nice guy streamer shouting out small streamers. Yes. PipSprite is a small streamer. You go check her out. Oh shit, what the fuck? That scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Thank you for these. Penrose Prime. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Okay, doors are locked. Doors not stuck though. Doors locked anyways. Doors locked! Whatever that fucking game was. It's over now. It's over now, Sherry. Doors locked. Resident Evil 2. There we go. What am I supposed to do right around here?
There's nothing left for us here.
You shut the fuck up. Can I not even go anywhere?
There's nothing left for us here.
You're here to expect Where's Waldo? Where's Waldo can be up after October and after this year, and then after the next year, and then also after the following year. That's because I don't know when to play Where's Waldo. How you doing, Joe? What am I supposed to do? Freeman. Okay, Freeman is like right around here or some shit like that. This door is locked. Okay, this door is locked. You got this one. After October, what's the point of Waldo-tober? Someone asked me to actually go with Rat-tober.
What's going on in this school?
Oh, hell yeah. An aluminium fucking whatever it is. Poggers. Aluminum. There you go. Aluminium. Aluminium fucking bat.
Stan, what are you doing here?
Nothing, dog. I'm just editing my notes. If you want, I can do the same for you for only $50.
Hey, stop clowning.
$50? What a fucking ripoff!
Why are you hanging out? Something wrong?
What?
Damn, $50, bro! Fucking ripoff, man!
Whoa, dog. I don't know what you've been smoking, but you need to stop.
But don't tell me you didn't see anything. You didn't notice anything bizarre?
Yeah, everything I see up in this piece is whack.
Wank.
So what do you think those noises are? I'm not kidding. We can't find Kenny.
What? You better quit jerking me.
Even Mr. Walden was injured. He had to go to the infirmary. We're stuck here. We've got to tell Friedman if we want to get out of this school.
Whoa, your story's starting to get interesting. All right, I'll go with you, but you better not be punking me.
Yeah.
Okay, I got your back.
Wait, hold on. What are you, Sam? Sam. Stan. Sorry, Stan. Hey, Raminski. Aluminium and aluminum are both correct. One is UK, the other is some. I know, but okay. So, if I'm not mistaken, aluminium is the American term, right? And then aluminum is the UK term, I think. Yeah, aluminum is the UK term. Other way around. Whoops. Okay, you guys say aluminum, then we say aluminium. Okay, cool. I don't remember anymore because, you know, I keep saying aluminium because, you know, it is what it is with my fucking way of saying it. Aluminium. Okay, cool. How you doing, Vermilion? This is a horror game? Yeah, it is a horror game. I don't even know. It shocked me for the first time around. Alright, Stan excels more for his frequent, unjustified absences than for his results, despite genuine— Go sleep! Eck! Why are you still here? Go sleep! Go to— risks repeating a third time. Pity. We have discovered that Stan is particularly skillful in detecting fragile logs and picking them very quickly. Cool. Ek needs to sleep. His sleep schedule changes like 3 times this week. So, yeah, he has to sleep. This is my caring concern for Mr. Ekdisis, also known as the guy who raided me. Do I take the chick or do I not take the chick? Press to okay, whatever. I got this.
No problem for me. I got this. I can pick this thing.
Fucking pick it!
No problem for me.
Pick it! You fuck!
I can pick this thing.
Pick the
no problem for me.
Okay. Why did I pick up like 3 fucking paper cups? Doesn't horse have a— I have a worse sleeping schedule, yes.
It's not working.
Oh my god, you use wires to fucking pick lock, I guess. Actually, before Juro says something weird about me, everyone go follow Pip Sprite. Shout out Pip Sprite. I don't even know how to do the shout out for Pip Sprite. Shout out Pip Sprite. There you go. Let's go. Let's do this. How old are these kids? I think they're 17 or 18. Hey, Dangerous Alex. Yeah, I'm playing this game. Is speedrun? No, it's not speedrun. It's first playthrough. The title says first playthrough of horror games. Because I'm for the month of October, I'll be playing a lot of horror games that like I'm gonna first play through. I've never played a lot of these like horror games that, you know, I have on my library. A few of them are gonna be you know, I really want to add Fatal Frame, but I had to buy Fatal Frame. So if anyone wants to buy me Fatal Frame, you can actually just gift me Fatal Frame, I guess. Strange disappearances. Sorry, not with an S. The Leafmore High School is once again at the heart of the controversy. And in fact, Anderson, a second-year student, disappeared on Monday night. It was after classes that his friends in the dormitory notified his absence. He had gone to the sick bay after feeling unwell, and it was there that he was seen. Was seen for the last time. Another student disappears. The list of disappearances from Leafmore has got even longer with a new victim, Tom. The police have no clue at this time at the and a lot of parents have decided to change the children from the school. In 5 years, no less than 12 students and no trace has been found. Interesting. What do you mean? Buy you Fatal Frame? Are you an eagle? Well, if you redeem the hot tub redemption, I could be your eagle for the day. How you doing, Austin? How you doing? Well, hold on. Leafmore affair. The police react. New measures have been taken by the police in the what? In the Leafmore disappearances affair after the disappearance of the 16th student, Richard, last Thursday. Controversy at Leafmore. But what are the police doing? When will they order the closing of the school? Said Mr. Flint when coming out of police headquarters after the disappearance of his son Harry. The answer was not long coming. The principal of the establishment, Mr. Freeman, came this morning to meet journalists. It seems that the furious lunatic wreaking havoc on our premises is only interested in the students staying in the dormitories. Sorry. I clicked this thinking you were fixing OBS. I tried to fix this game on OBS for like a while, and then afterwards I had to fix my controller for a while, and then we got the game working at least. So there's that. Oh wait, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Lovely, Malefica, I guess. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I'm butchering your name. Wait, what? Where am I at? We have therefore, by agreement with the forces of law and order, closed access until order returns. Closure of the Leafmore Dormitory 3 years later. Closure of the Leafmore Dormitory, sorry. 3 years after the last disappearances at Leafmore, none of which have been solved. Herbert Friedman, principal of the high school, officially announced that everything was back to normal. Although the perpetrator of these crimes is still loose, it seems that the closing of the dormitory calmed the ardor. I have enough points before he upped the amount. Yeah, upped the amount to fucking 50k because everyone was doing it at 20k and people seem to like titties a lot. Of the mental patient responsible for these disappearances. Interesting. So it's just a fucking note and that's about it, huh? Okay.
Let's move.
Sorry, I will give you... Wait, no. I will give you this thing. And then I'll use the aluminium bat. 50k is a ripoff. 50k is not a ripoff. Alright.
I know there's something else.
Oh fuck, I'm so sorry. Whoops. Can I get this note? A teacher forgot to close his locker. Well, can I get this note? 2 predictions so we can get 50k. No, stop. Don't do that. Is this a freezer? It is a freezer. Why is this a fucking freezer over here?
A gun. This is getting serious now.
Use the directional arrows. Hold RB.
I know there's something else.
Huh? Oh! There. Okay, there we go. Press A to shoot the gun. Okay, cool. But I'm wasting bullets. Why? What? There. You can change target using B. Sure. Someone had a fucking cum. Nice. Okay, that's way too much cum, honestly. Wait, what? Raising the price is not very cash money. What if I shoot my friend? How about that? How about that? What if I shoot my friend? How about that? I'll give you this. And then I'll also give you this. If I okay, no, I think Stan is the one with the fucking, you know, whatever it is. Oh wait, no, I can actually do this then. Where's the tape? Tape. To there you go. I'm making all the weird sounds. I'm so sorry.
Stan would do that faster than me.
Oh wait, Stan, what the fuck are you? Bro, Stan! What?
Where you going?
Where you going? Stan's rubbing out. Yes, of course he is. How you doing, Anemone? What the? Can you help me?
I'm with you.
Yeah, fucking come. Come! Are you stuck? Stan, are you stuck? Okay, cool. You're not stuck. ObsCure. What? It's not ObsCure! Okay, shut the fuck up. Is that dog? That's a dog! That's a dog! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Just woke up, getting chores taken care of. That's good, that's good.
Damn thing in here.
First aid! Hell yeah, brother! First aid! I've never played an RE game. Fucking, you know, don't be like me and play fucking all the RE games because Amai told me to, and then I had to, like, whatever it is. Amaya was like, yo, play all the RE games. You play all the Silent Hill games? Play all the RE games, man. I was like, yeah, okay, sure. Is that a dog? That's a dog. Wait, hold on. Oh, shit. Can it die? Go, Stan, go! Stan! What the fuck are you doing, Stan? Stan, go! Stan, attack! You fucking idiot! Stan! Fucking Stan, you fucking idiot. Go fucking attack it. Attack it! Whoa! Okay, whatever. How do I reload my gun though? That's the question. Can these guys even do anything, by the way? Like, can my co-op partner do anything good? I need a save right here. Forgot about saving. Here we go, save.
You got it, buddy. It's all been saved.
Hell yeah, buddy. It's all been saved. 300 viewers, don't forget me when you're huge. You're the guy who wants my titties a lot more. I will never forget you because you're the one who wants my titties more than anyone else in this fucking place. Hey, look. There's a completely rusted chain blocking this door. How can I speed up the process? I guess. Go down. Stand a man, stand a man. It's locked.
Let's move.
Okay, it's a.
Oh my god.
What the flying fuck is that, bro? Get the fuck out of here! Get out! Get out! Get out! Bro, is he gonna like smash through this fucking area? Wait, where's fucking Ashley? Ashley just ran away, really? I guess Ashley ran away. Fuck. Alright, too bad, Ashley. Is he still there? Oh shit, he's still there. Fuck. Alright. Alright, Stan, can you go in there and just like help me for a bit? Motherfucker. What the fuck was that? Okay, hold on. Stan, can you fucking help me? You know what? Reset. Reset the fucking area. I'm getting fisted already. How the fuck am I gonna get not fisted, bro? I wanna... Stop. Don't you have to tell them to fight? Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll stay here.
Help me. Yo, go! Yo! Yo, go! Go!
There's nothing left for us.
Go, Stan, go! Oh shit, he's dead! Let's go! L dance on him! L dance! Yo! Fucking L dance, bro! He just went in there and just like, Let's go! Okay, what's in here? What the fuck? It's all scientific experiments?
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
Wow, I'm ready to rock. Wow, I'm pretty rock hard right now. Wait. He went through this hole. Interesting. Wait, did I ask?
Okay, I'll go with you.
Sorry, I asked Stan to fucking like stay there for fuck all. It's a science classroom? Yeah, it is.
Okay, I'm with you.
Wait, I need to save again.
Okay, it's recorded.
Alright, dude, it's recorded. What is with the fucking dramatic music? Stop with the dramatic music right now. It's just nothing. Oh. Damn, what the flying fuck was that? It's like 6 of them coming out at once. Alright, Stan. Do your thing and help me. What the?
Find their weak point.
We're gonna find their weak point. How about like we get the fuck in and out of there right now? And then, oh wait, I can ask. Stan, help me, Stan, help.
Okay, I got your back. We gotta find their weak point.
Stan, help! Stan, help! That's right, Stan, help! Wait. Take that! Mortophilia The mortophilia comes in the form of ciphers. Classification appears difficult. The endemic plant allows microscopic bugs to appear, which do not appear distinct. Destined to form. I'm fucking illiterate. Holy fuck. Form a new plant, but to possibly generate other leaves. For closer examination, the parasites and the spider-like appearances explain its capacity to propagate in an excessive manner. Hypothesis verified by the presence of an oversized weird dogs. Yeah, they're fucking weird dogs. How you doing, DJ Bunk? Oversized sucker-enduring. Wait, is it sucker-enduring proliferation? Detailed explanation of the buds. The buds shows a stupefying germinative power. Hundreds of lines at the neck confirm that the species have phenomenal longevity, cutting the xylems. The ducts are completely dry, no trace of humidity. How are these chlorophyll cells irrigated? The black substance released comes from glands located on the roots. It is poisonous to its biological environment. During a light-darkness sequence, variations of dioxygen concentration are observed when DCPIP. What the fuck? What the fuck is DCPIP? Take care, man. Concentration observed. Wait, hold on. Wait. What? Whether PIP is present or not, the plant is particularly sensitive to exposure. It fears the light! This plant transgresses the rule of phytology? Molecules, blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, this is a long fucking note. Holy shit. Molecular analysis show genetic association that... Okay, whatever it is. Blah, blah, blah. That's a sexual process? Wait, hold on. I see sex. I was like, what? That enables the mortophilia to be defined as a non-recombinant isolate. At the genetic level, this means that it does not have a sexual process for exchanging genetic material, but a parasexual one. I attempted an experiment during which a transient... Oh my god, this is fucking... Yeah, whatever. I don't give a fuck. You take the... Full of nerd shit? Yeah, it is full of nerd shit. That's why I just like, I was like, Hey, we killed all of them. Hell yeah, brother. How many bullets do I have left? 12 bullets. Okay, cool. How you doing, Izakook? Izaku. Sorry. They can't have sex. They can't have sex. No sex allowed. All right, no sex. If they have sex, they die.
Sweet. We'll be able to burn some real holes with that stuff.
We're able to burn some real holes with that stuff. Wait, can I even...
Quick, the cup is disappearing.
What? What the fuck am I supposed to do with this fucking cup then? What the flying fuck, huh? What? What?
It's not doing anything.
What? Huh? Use acid carefully. What the fuck am I using the acid for? I'm smoking the acid. That's what. I don't know, man. I have a cup full of acid, but it's gonna fucking disintegrate anyways. Get out of the fucking way, TV. Damn, bro. I need to throw this fucking.
It's not working.
It's not working. How many cups do I even have? What do I even need to use the acid for? Okay, wait, hold on. Get out of here so I can act.
Here all alone?
What? No? Come back, you fucking idiot. I didn't even ask you to fucking leave. Doing good. Woke up like 4 hours of sleep, just vibing. Let's go. We're all vibing. We're all vibing in here, man. You know? This is what we come for, right? Just the vibes. Okay. Okay, what kind of acid do I need this fucking thing for? Oh, like what? No, sorry. What thing do I need the acid for? That's what I'm asking for. Larksa and Ecdysis, I see. Ecdysis is a really good friend because I know him since. Actually, both of them. I know both Ecdysis and. Oh yeah, here. Okay, I know Ecdysis and Larksa back in like 2018, but I cherish I cherish Ecdysis a lot more. Feels bad. Although at that one time, we talked about that one time. We don't really talk about that one time when I talk when you talk about Larksa and stuff. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Yeah, we don't talk about what happened when I talk about Ek and Larksa in the same sentence. That's all I can say. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, friends indeed. Thank you for the follow.
There are no locks to pick here.
Okay. I guess that guy's fucking, you know, whatever it is. I think that guy who wanted to have sex with his fucking girlfriend is like, I don't know. Oh wait.
It's not working.
Hell yeah, brother! Hell yeah, brother! Okay, yo, use shift. Shine a light. Shine a light. Shine a light. Where is this place so fucked up? But yeah, I chat on both Ek and Lex's chat a lot.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Actually, no, not even Lex's chat. I talk in like X chat a lot. Cause you know, Ek is a pretty cool guy. I know him. Professor Walden's satchel. What is he doing with all this stuff? Ew, what the flying fuck is this? It looks like a needle to a This is a compass? Oh! What's that guy here? Fuck! Yikes! Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. You're dead. Thank you for the follow, Fuzz. Wait, are they dead? They're dead. What? Oh, I had to kill this fucking dude. Okay, cool. Now who gets the first aid kit? You get the first aid kit then.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
Wow, I'm ready to rock. Did someone puke on the walls? I think that's chlorophyll or some shit like that. Cannot connect to the internet. The server must be switched off. Are you kidding me? So I have to find a fucking server then. A server room. To be exact, I had to find a server room. Wee! 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 I unlocked the door. Hell yeah. No more creepy fucking part of the class or part of school. Stay hydrated. Stan's all fucked up. I feel bad, man. I feel bad for Stan. Oh!
Suck on this.
Suck on this! Yeah, bitch! Suck on! This! This! Sagon, this! Wait, actually, you know what? I'm not gonna give you this then. I'm gonna give you the... Wait, no. I want it... Where's my aluminium bat? Aluminium bat. Where the fuck's my aluminium bat? Bro!
Looks easy. This lock looks easy.
This should be no problem.
Let's go in here. Yo, America. America. Hell yeah, America. Fuck yeah. A mí no me gusta. A mí no me gusta pescar. A ti no te gusta. What? I Spanish, man. I think he me gusta. He me gusta something. I don't even know what he me gusta about. Oh, can I use this to like block the fucking place up? Or whatever it is? Me gusta. Me gusta. Me gusta something. I don't even know what it is. An energy drink. Okay, give it to fucking... Wait, Stan, you need this, right? Yeah, Stan, you need this. Here we go. I guess. Alright, Stan, what the fuck do you have? You have this thing. Like, no, I don't want to give. Wait, hold on. I want to actually... Yeah, Josh got that one. Or Stan gets this one. Yeah, cool. And then... Wait, where is this?
There are more locks here.
Ow. What the fuck?
Let's move. Take that.
Okay. That worked. That worked.
You got it, buddy.
I don't even know what the
It's all been
flying
saved.
fuck is happening, honestly. Another useless glass case. Are you serious? Okay. Can we like cover this hole up or some shit like that, you know? I feel like somewhere or somehow I can actually cover some fucking hole up. You know? Alright. These are Friedman's files. If I start to search them all, I'll be out of centuries. Interesting. Who wants to read? Copium. Ventilation is working and it's hot here. It's true. What?
Mr. Friedman, are you in there?
Mr. Friedman, are you in there? 2 empty spaces on this map. Okay, we can use one of them for this compass. Okay. Then the other one is like somewhere around here, I guess. Post-it note, I'm in the library if you want to see me. Oh god, library, are you kidding me? It's our principal when he was young in double. In double? I didn't know he had a twin brother. Okay. Guy had a twin brother. Okay, needle at the needle of compass. For trinkets of all kinds. Alright, cool. What the fuck is this? What? What? What's happening? Is there a clue that I can actually see? Or read, I guess. I guess. Maybe there's something around the area that I need to fucking
at 5:38 p.m.
Hello, Mrs. Smith? This is Miss Wixon. Could you ask Mr. Friedman to come see me as soon as possible? It's an emergency. I can't leave the infirmary. Make sure he comes quick. Thanks.
Today at 6:50 p.m.
Herbert? If you're there, pick up the phone. Please. Come quickly. I don't know what's going on, but I think it has something to do with the experiments. I saw several students who, well, it's really bad. Come quick. Oh no!
Oh no! 5:38, 6:50. How do we? No. I was thinking about another thing then. Maybe he's like somewhere around here or something, right? I don't know. We'll see. I did play In Sound Mind. I wanted to speedrun that game, but I couldn't.
Suck on this.
Suck on this. Like, I played In Sound Mind. I really did like In Sound Mind. I think In Sound Mind is one of those games that I really did enjoy playing. Is he on fucking... Oh, yeah, you are as well. How do you get... Oh, yeah, you got bullets. I forgot about that. I'm watching someone play it right now. It looks fun. It's fucking fun. I like In Sound Mind. I think In Sound Mind is one of those games that's like really fucking it's well made. I legitimately would think that In Sound Mind is one of those games that is really well made. I really do enjoy it. Can I shine this thing right here? Why are you pointing at this fucking wall right there? Maybe because of that. That's why. Hey, A-Bomb. Oh yeah, I own that game. That game is amazing, honestly. It was free on Epic, really? I bought it. I actually did bought it. Cause so the weird thing was that In Sound Mind was actually one of the beta stuff that I actually like how you say, I actually beta tested up in correlation with like Remodel Broken Porcelain, because they were asking for beta testers to actually play In Sound Mind, and I was one of those beta testers who actually played In Sound Mind like earlier than the game came out. So I played that game and I was like, dude, this is actually pretty interesting. This is that game is more interesting and well made than fucking Remodel Broken Porcelain. And I was waiting for Remodel Broken Porcelain's fucking beta testing at the time. So I played In Sound Mind. It was so good. I fucking bought the game and it was fucking great. I like that game. 3:30:20. I like that game a lot. And I'm glad it was on sale actually. I'm glad it was free because, you know, that game is like fucking good. Like, I legitimately would think that game is, like, really good. Everyone should actually play In Sound Mind. In Sound Mind is really, really good. Alright. 20... Wait, no. That's 3:30... 20. There we go.
That does it.
Very nice.
Friedman is in the library.
Wait, what's the notes? Wait, I didn't even see the note! What the flying fuck? Holy shit. Wait. Stanley's about to fucking die. Anyways, my dear Herbert, I'm writing you in secret. Leonard would leave me if he knew I was meddling his work. What kind of game is this? This? Oh no, or In Sound Mind. In Sound Mind is a horror game. It's a really cool horror game. It uses a lot of the light and sound in the game to actually, you know, hold on. To find your way, and it has a cat in it. It has a talking cat. Like if you ever want a talking cat, That game is really good. Inside Mind. In the Midwest, true. But that's a talking cat. Hold on. What? I'm writing you in secret. Leonard will leave me if he knew I was meddling in his work. You are his twin brother, and sometimes it seems to me that you understand him better than I. This is why I would like you to speak to him. We quarreled last night. He's completely obsessed with his research, and I fear he will go too far. He wants to attempt the experiment on himself. I'm certain. You know him. He's capable of it. That would be foolish. The subjects treated are only stable after 3 weeks. They may be secondary effects that appear much later. Please try to reason with him. Yours, Elizabeth. I think. Okay. I guess so. I have a tape. Okay. That could work on in the classroom, right? Video cassette subject 37. Okay. Damn, the music bussin'! The music is bussin'! Actually, yeah, not gonna lie, this music actually bussin'. This music is bussin'. Wait. Where the fuck am I supposed to go again? Freeman's in the library. Yeah, a library. So I need to go to whatever it is.
Where were you guys? You had me worried.
You had me worried. Hold on. Then go down. That's a good thing that this game has like fucking, you know, going back to gathering points and such. If not, then I'm kind of fucked, you know. Did I fill out a staff room key? Yeah, there we go. It's like, don't I have a staff room key for sure? For real, for real. Time to sleep, don't die. You're gonna go to sleep? Damn, bro. Copium, man. Have a good one, Shay. Oh, fuck me. I forgot. I totally forgot it's fucking daylight savings. I keep forgetting that, like, I was like, wait, this is early. But it's daylight savings. Shit. Yeah, have a good night's sleep. So what keys do I even have? Free games every Thursday is worth keeping your eyes out for. There are a few games that I actually got on Epic, but the thing is that, like, okay, yeah, there are a few games that I actually got on Epic. The problem with, like, Epic games, right, is that, you know, there are some games that are quite limited, I guess. Then there's some games that, like, not as limited, but they're more free than it is. I like Steam a lot more than... Okay, this is just a me thing, I guess, but I like Steam more than... Yeah, I like Steam more than Epic. Okay. Okay, I need to know what this one is. Key to the library build... Oh, library! Oh! Ew, I am supposed to go to the library because I am fucking stupid. What? Can I get her back? Can I go back to the gathering place? Are you kidding me? Fuck me. Okay, what key do I even have afterwards? I don't even have another key anymore. Okay. I guess I need to still heal fucking, you know, my dude. I still need to heal my dude up. So wait, I need to know what character it is. You, Shannon. 25% recover. Wait, she cares better than anyone. Okay, sure. Sure. Wait, so that means Shannon is the one who actually gives hints then. Interesting. What is wrong with this school? Like, what the fuck? It ain't bussin'. School ain't bussin', that's all I could say. Oh shit. Hey Cabellos. It's too obscure? It is too obscure. But also people were asking me, OBS cure? OBS, is this OBS cure? I was like, no, it's OBS cursed! And then cured because, you know, I had to work, I had to like figure out what the fuck was going on with my game for like the past god knows how many hours, and then afterwards it worked, so it was OBS cursed! And then it was cured. So it's OBS cure now. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Cabellos. Where's the library? What the flying fuck? I don't know where the library's at. Also, my day is going well. I woke up and then I took a nap and then I woke up again. That's all I could say. Can't say no to free games though. Yeah, true. But also at the same time, I'm trying to also I guess I would say like I'm also trying to reserve a little bit of money because, you know, money is kind of scarce for now.
Let's move.
It's not doing anything.
Are you kidding? What? Money for me has been kind of scarce so far, so I'm gonna hope to actually save my monies for the time being. So yeah. Why can't I go into the library? Do I need to go to the library in like another place then? Is it downstairs? The vibrary? Yes, the vibrary. Of course, we're vibing. Okay, it's this one then. There you go. Fuck me. Don't fuck me. Holy shit, is that guy? It's the fucking weirdo fucking... I was about to say it's the weirdo guy, but I don't know how weirdo he is. Also, why is this fucking place like filled with chlorophyll? Or whatever it is. Is it chlorophyll? I feels like chlorophyll for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Can I read the notes at least? No. Ah! Ah!
Ouch! What's your problem? Ouch! Quit it. Are you crazy? Ouch!
Okay.
What's your problem?
We're safe. We're safe.
There are no more locks.
Okay. So this classroom has just only this one jump scare and that's about it. Okay, cool. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh, oh, oh. Whoa!
Ouch!
Sorry.
Are you crazy?
Sunlight! Okay, we have this fucking whatever it is, huh? No, 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 don't go out, don't go out, please! Go back in, go back in! Oh! The guy's here! The guy is here! We're fucked, bro! We're fucked! Dude, we're so fucked. The marks on the last meeting are on the table. What?
Let's move. Let's move.
It's not working.
Okay. Just want to get it out there first. Because I want to know if it works or not. Okay, let's fight this guy. Because I don't know. I reheated food yum yesterday and gave me source of hydration. Hydration? You mean fucking whatever it is. Ah! 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 No, I'm dead! What the fuck? What the flying fuck? No! Where's this? Oh. Oh. Yo, hydrate. Me hydrate.
Mr. Friedman, are you in there?
Mr. Freeman, are you in there? Wait, hold on. I need this other one. Oops. Oh, you dehydrate? True. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna hydrate right now. And since you mentioned about food, I will also eat food as well, which is a fucking chocolate bar because I can eat a chocolate bar. Smile.
Yo, I did it.
Yo, I did it.
Friedman is in the library. Let's go.
What the fuck did I even get? Okay. Oh shit. Oh fuck, sorry. Do I have any? Oh, I don't. Wow, okay. So I had to use this then.
Hey, look at me. Stan the man.
Look at me, Stan the man. I'm Stan the man, that's for sure. Let me actually use you then. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should use you then. Cause you're a better fucking, you know. Your reliability is actually better because you have a fucking pistol. This guy's reliability is always better because he has a fucking pistol, and also I don't even know if like they're fucking hurt or not. Cancel. Cancel, dude. What I need to look at? Okay, Josh is kind of hurt. Stanley is kind of alright, but you know, both of them are just kind of hurt as well. But then again, I need a save, so that's like 2 fucking instances of the fucking whatever it was. I'm like, huh. Huh. Where do I go again for downstairs? Actually, wait, no. Map. Yes. To which way? To down here. Okay. I will save because I need to save. I don't want to be so fucking stupid right now and just not save, you know.
It's recorded.
I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna be a bit safe and just save because I forgot to save. Also, is there any like drinks that I can actually take along the way? Or that's not a drink. Is that a drink? That is also not a drink. How dare it? How dare it not be a drink? What is this fucking thing as well? Like, oh, this is just a fucking, okay, this is a well. A well. This way then. Okay, you have a lot of liability, reliability. Either way, you have both. Okay, I'm just gonna go into like there and ask you some shit, you know? I'm gonna be a fucking good guy. It's gonna be like, yo, what's up, man? No! Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Eat this. Chew on this.
Okay, cool. We're both hurt. We both be hurting. Are you just gonna moan for this whole time? Please don't fucking moan for this whole time. Okay, that's nothing. I can understand why nobody wants to clean such filth. Interesting. Alright, let's go to the girls' bathroom instead and peek some girls. Hello? Yo, let's go! An energy drink, let's go! We got an energy drink at least. You know? From the girls' bathroom. The girls' bathroom supplies a lot of good shit. Like fucking drinks, you know. That's what I need. Oh, there's gonna be someone over here as well. Fuck me. Forgot about this thing.
Yo, if Shannon were here, she'd know what to do.
If Shannon were here, she know what to do. Wait, is it? What does Shannon knows? Hold on. Shannon suddenly fated to become a doctor. Okay, no, she's a fucking heel slut. I forgot about that. Like, legit, she's just a heel slut. I don't think Shannon would know what to do anyways because she's a fucking heel slut. Oh god. Jesus Christ, I almost fucking killed. I almost killed fucking Stan again. Please don't fucking kill Stan. Alright, no. I need to stop fucking, you know, killing people right now, so I'm just gonna be saving.
Okay, it's recorded.
Okay, it's recorded. Wait, who the fuck is that? Is that anyone? Wait, why is this fucking place also fucked up right now?
Somewhere there's a lock I can crack open.
What? Huh? Or is it just me being fucking all red and shit? I don't even know. Don't make fun of the medics. We're very important, true, but like, you know. A scrap of paper. The text was covered up. I need a light source to read this. Okay, I think I know what light source he's talking about. Books of all sorts. Oh my god. Or shores. Sorry. We're gonna be fucking menaces right now. Okay. So fucking Stan is like really fucked up right now. It's a passcode. There we go. Stan, get the fuck out of the way. Okay. I do need you for a lock, I guess. Wait.
It's useless.
What the fuck is happening in here? Oh fuck, okay, yeah, I see.
Take that! Suck on this! That hurts.
Jesus Christ. The door is locked. How do I
I'm
reload it?
positive there's still something left. It's useless.
Wait, hold on. You take this, because I need this.
Somewhere there's a lock I can crack open.
What the fuck is around here? Yeah, why the fuck is this fucking place just all fucked up right now? Door's locked, okay. Oh my god. I'm gonna die again, you know? I need to get the key to the library. Oh, yeah. I know what to do. Go here. Wait, is it here or the other room? It's the other room. Whoops. I'm gonna die again! Boo-hoo. I'm fucking gonna cry. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm gonna fucking cry. I'm gonna fucking die. Cry and die. 2432. Okay, please don't come alive again. I swear to God. Are you coming alive again? You did come alive again. Fuck. Run, Stan, run! We're both fucked. What? 2432, right? Oops. Oh god, cancel. 2, 4. Wait. Alright, cool.
It works.
It works! Library key. Dear Lennon and Herbert, I am writing you as a friend. I've just come out of Seattle conference where your book Eternal Life is Possible had an explosive effect. Sorry, your discoveries totally contradict the theories of Dr. Leon Korsenberg, and I expect an unfavorable reaction from the council. You have virulent detractors who fear that your research is immoral, and cast a slur. These scientists cast a slur? Can't believe this. It's a slur on the entire scientific community. I have analyzed the files. Your theory certainly goes against the first law of medical ethics. You understand that without the support of a reputation, it will have no other destiny to than sinking into oblivion. And sadly, I do not have sufficient weight to prevent that. Scientists is cancelled. Scientists are cancelled, man. How you doing, Rosa Amy? You may find salvation outside the scientific community. I fear that sanctions may even be taken against you, and I cannot advise you strongly enough to locate your work in a safe place. I remain, my dear friends, yours sincerely, your loyal friend, Walt Carradine. Come is cancelled. Come is cancelled. That's it. Come is cancelled. No more come. Come off. Do not come on, alright? You come off. But it's also cancelled, you know. Library key. I need the library key.
This lock looks easy.
I got this. I can pick this thing.
What the fuck is that? Wait. Stan! Stan!
Stan! Oh no! Oh.
Sorry! I was like, what the fuck, Stan? What the fuck did you do? He's just like, whoa. Fucking die like that. I was like, what the fuck, you stupid fucking idiot.
What is this thing?
I'm awake. Hey, go fall.
Yo, I did it.
Motherfucker, I just joined to hear this whiny ass scream. Fuck me, how you doing, Lost in the Rain? I don't have a save! Oh no, I don't have a save. Hey, Yochan. Please! Fucking just don't fucking kill me right now. Don't fucking kill me right now. I swear to God, if you fucking kill me right now, thank you. Jesus Christ, I was almost about to die. Am I right? What the fuck is this? Esto es la foto de España. What the fuck does that mean? Any Spanish people in the chat? A good quality. A good quality flashlight. Let's go. Tape it to that. Wait. Hold on. What? I can't tape it like that? Maybe like this then. Okay, there you go. Wait. Hey, wait, I have a gun? I had a gun this whole fucking time? It means an orgy photo from Spain. Are you serious? I don't believe you guys. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. What is this? What the fuck is this? I don't believe that this is an orgy photo from Spain. Does someone know what the fuck does that mean? Please. Someone should know what the fuck does that mean. Esto es la foto del rey. Half Spanish, half moron. True. Okay, what is this? Let's detect language and wait, hold on. There we go. King of Spain! This is the photo of the King of Spain. There we go. King of fucking Spain. It's a photo from Spain. It is a photo from Spain, but I don't know what it is. It's a king from Spain, I guess. How did I have a fucking other... Like, how do I fucking have another pistol in the first place? I didn't even know I have a pistol, another pistol in the first place.
Let's move.
It's not working.
What the fuck?
Like that?
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Go to hell.
Are you motherfucking kidding me? Boom, he's dead. I haven't seen that bot in a while. Yeah, we have this bot around. Was it 2432?
That does it.
That does it. Heck yeah. I need motherfucking elf, bitch. Hold on. I need to give you this thing then. I'll give you this. And how the fuck do I have another gun then? Okay. Because, you know, fucking Josh has a lot.
I can pick this thing.
Josh has a lot of health. Alright, let's go, Josh. Alright, Josh, you have a lot of health, so please don't fuck this up right now.
There's something else to do.
What? Stop! Stop! Josh! You fucking idiot! Don't you dare. Alright, there we go. We got through that. We got through that. Okay, so I can do this then. What? Wait, how the fuck do I get another... Huh? Wait, how the fuck did I get another pistol then? What? What the fuck? I got another pistol from some... Huh? Where the fuck did I get another pistol from? Cool. Hand over the duct tape. I don't think I can hand over the duct tape anyways, you know. I don't know. I got another fucking gun and I was like, wait a minute, how the fuck do I get another gun, you know? Holy shit, the library is so fucking huge. That's what she said. I want to see your library. That's fucking dumb. Yeah, it was fucking dumb that like I got a fucking whatever it was. Oh, what the fuck is this? Aviation shit. Oh shit, I'm about to die, man. Hold on. Fuck you. Wait. There we go. Destiny strikes the Freeman family again. The community is mourning at the death of Leonard Freeman. More than a citizen. Excuse me. More than a citizen. Where the fuck am I looking at? Where? More than a citizen. There we go. The city has lost a brilliant, conscientious, and dynamic researcher. Leonard worked to advance the work of the Brotherhood, not recoiling from any obstacle. The scientific community, despite its differences with essential meal. The duo admitted that he was among those who could have helped us advance in giant steps. As all the events surrounding this unusual family, the death of Leonard Freeman remains enigmatic. Although a good pilot, Leonard lost control of his craft before crashing into the sea. His twin brother Herbert, the only escapee from this terrible accident, was rescued from the open sea of Long Island. Interesting. So I guess one of them actually survived, the other one didn't.
You got it, buddy.
You got it,
It's
buddy.
all been saved.
There's so many books, my head is spinning. Hello, what's up?
Why are you still here?
Been
Why
invaded.
aren't you at home?
The hallways are full of those things, and this time it's not my
You're on the
fault.
school grounds?
Yeah, all over the place. If I were you, I'd do something fast. Kenny's disappeared. Walden probably called the cops.
Mr.
But
Walden is here?
I was surprised to see
Go
him
right
here
now and
myself.
see the janitor. He'll let you out. I'll tell him you're coming. And don't let me see you back until tomorrow morning. I'll take care of
But what
everything.
about
The best thing you can do for now is to get out of here.
What is with all these like weird overlapping fucking conversations? These weird overlapping conversations just makes it so fucked up. I don't even know why. Oh shit. Janitor. Wait, am I supposed to go to the janitor? The janitor's place, huh? The vegetation is really strange, particularly the trees. 2 more porters have disappeared, and we have discovered a slashed corpse. The natives are frightened and wants to leave the island. Yet, I think we are reaching our goal. The flora is evolving in parallel with our progress, which is difficult. Both physically and morally, bizarrely, the fauna is becoming rarefied. The atmosphere leaden. The silence heavy. The specimens found here and the geology show that the island was cut off from the world and has followed a parallel ecological development for 3,000 years. But this period, the time... Okay, what the fuck? But this period of time would not be sufficient to cause such brutal changes that would need millions of years. Something has accelerated the evolution of the species and the ecosystem. I want to find out what it was. We have a trail, black putrefying matter, which appears overnight on vegetation, appears to be more and more prevalent as we progress northwards. Traces indicate that we may come from a tubular plant. Tomorrow we must reach the volcanic peak. The soil is light, and in this part of the island, we should facilitate our analysis of subsoil. Okay, I guess it's the fucking part where like he just literally fucking, you know, whatever it is, he just fucking, you know. Yeah, it's like fucking science, but like it's just him just going to like the island shit. Island boy, I did for you. I'm an island boy. That's what it is, man. It's the fucking island boy. What is this thing on the table? Is that nothing on the table? I guess so. It's all about sciences, but like, you know, it's just fucking resident sleeper that, you know, sciences happen. And they went to like a fucking island so that, yeah, they went to an island so that they could like research on plants and whatnots. And then they brought whatever it is back to here, right? So in this whole thing is just, you know, coming back to here. Okay, map. Is this fucking thing still alive? No, cool. I guess now I need to go out.
Where were you guys? You had me worried.
What the fuck is going on?
All right, I'll go with you.
Something's collapsed.
Something's collapsed. What collapsed anyways? I don't even know what fucking thing collapsed, but sure. We need a lockpicker, right? We need a lockpicker, that's for sure. What are the characters as fucking mains? Okay, this one knows how to lock picks. Okay, I don't need them then. I probably would need you then. Okay, I need you.
Let's go.
To take this fucking gun, I guess. Yeah, I'll give you no, I don't want to give you a gun. I'll give you a flashlight. Or wait, you don't have a fucking weapon then. Okay, wait, you don't have a weapon. Give to fucking Shannon. I'll take the I think no, you
Okay,
you take the gun, I think. Do I ask her to take the gun? Okay. Sure, I'll give to fucking you. You can't take the gun, really? How can you not take the fucking gun?
Let's move.
Wait, so that means you have a gun.
Okay, I got your back.
What the fuck? You have a gun as well, right? Or is it? I don't understand. You both have guns. Sure. This group is way too chill. Yes.
Okay, let's move.
Gift button. No, both of them have a gun now. You see? Both guys have guns now. I don't think it was the gift button. It's just fucking both of them have guns now. Oh my god.
Bastards are not getting out of here that easy. Come here.
Oh shit. Bah! Hello?
Are you there?
A shotgun? What?
How horrible.
Oh god, it's actually a janitor. Damn, bro. Janitor fucked up, man. Okay, alright, Shannon. How about you take... Okay, wait. No, Shannon, you take the shoddy. Actually, Shannon takes the pistol then. Shannon's a fucking, you know, chick. So she gets the small gun. Hello. Great, the video recorder is working.
What? It's the nurse, Miss Wixon. What's she doing? She's asking for help. She's in danger. Come on, let's go. I need a tape player.
Dining hall to nurse. Okay. Fuck off!
Let's move.
You go here.
Hey, it's the video surveillance archives. Somebody's leaving the gym. Somebody's following him. Isn't that Kenny?
What the fuck?
Fast forward, this part's worthless. Stop. That guy there. It's Friedman. Why is Kenny following him? And where is he going? Oh, a secret passageway. Kenny? He's not going to follow him down there. Fast forward. They're coming out. It's Friedman. He's locking the door behind him, the bastard.
What? Oh no, he was trapped. Boo-hoo.
And who's that guy? What's he doing? I just don't get it. Now he's coming back out. Sure looks like he's in a hurry.
What the fuck?
Oh, the monsters, that's where they come from. He's the one who set them loose.
It's okay. Subject 37.
Hey, it's Kenny. He's alive. We've got to go find him.
What the fuck? Okay. Sure. Get the fuck away. Interesting. Okay, so I think I should give, like, you know, the two chicks the shoddy or some shit like that, you know? Like, either one of the chicks the shoddy. Actually, I'll get the fucking, you know, the strong ass chick the shoddy then. I'll give you the shoddy. Okay. You get, hopefully, please use the shoddy. There we go. I take the bat because I'm such a pussy, and I'll take you then.
I'll go with you.
Okay, I'll take you. So I need to go to the dining hall, which is there all the way to the nurse. But how do I unlock the dining hall? Oh shit! Oh yeah, fuck me. Oh, spooky! There's another pistol. What the fuck?
That's just great.
Haha, is that? Wait, hold on. I need to, I can't tape left to anything else? Are you fucking serious? A pistol, automatic pistol with 10 bullets. Okay, so I think, who has it? Fucking, you know. Yeah, I guess fucking who has it? Motherfucking... Who's the slut? Who's that slut? Shannon. There we go. Shannon has it. I was like, yeah, she looks like a fucking slut anyways. What the fuck? What the fuck's my... Don't mess with me! Oh wait, there we go. Don't mess with me! Hello, whoever you are. Okay, where is this chick? Where was this chick, actually? Huh? Is she gone now? I guess she's gone. Wait, hold on. Can I give... I have this. Wait, no, I don't have the... Fuck. Oh! 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 Hey! Nay! Nay! Okay, wait, hold on. Fuck. There we go. Did I kill it? I didn't even kill it at all. I was about to give, like, fucking shotgun to someone. Hey, partial recall. I wanted to do this. Give. And then I take this. Alright, reload. Okay. What do I do with the other one? How do I even get, like, all the other ammunition, you know? Hang. Hopefully I don't fuck anyone up, honestly. Cafeteria. How are the characters right now? No, the characters are kind of fucked. Oh, I need to find a fucking whatever it is called. Hold on. I need to find a light source. The elevator goes to the upper floor. I see. Locked. Are you kidding me?
Suck on this.
Suck on this. Kitchen utensils. Door must be locked. I feel like I need fucking either... No, I need stand for something, you know? I feel like I need stand for whatever fucking lock picking is gonna go on in the cafeteria, you know? Fuck you, dude. Dude, what the fuck are you?
I'm right behind you.
You're not, you fucking bitch. And then behind. Oh god.
I'm out of ammo.
You're out of ammo, really? Already?
That feels great.
That feels great. And then this is Sure, buddy. Ammunition for a pump shotgun. Okay, wait. What? Who's the hot girl? That one of them is Ashley. The other one is Shannon. Shannon's the white girl, and then the other one is the black one. Ashley's the black one, then Shannon's the white one. There we go. That's how you differentiate. Oh, a health kit. There you go. We save. Yeah, that's right. She took care of it. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Holy shit, bro. Holy shit, what the fuck is that? Okay. Hold on, what the flying fuck is this? Is it gonna come alive? It's somewhat gonna come alive, right? Yeah, get fucked, bitch. Hubbard! Please help me, Hubbard! Oh! Oi! Yeah, whatever.
Who is it? I'm not opening up until the lights are back on.
Oh my god, you need the lights back on, you fucking bitch. How am I gonna get the lights back on? Where's the fuse in this fucking... Oh wait, hold on. Fuck. How do I... There we go. Where's the fuse? The fuse is... Out there... No... huh? Yeah, I don't even know where the fuse is at.
You're finally back. You know, I almost missed you guys.
Okay, I need
I'm with
you. And I need to give you... No, I don't need to give you. There we go.
Feels good.
Oh, it feels good.
All right, I'll go with you.
Okay, cool. I don't know if I need fucking, whoever it is, though. I just need them to fucking stay alive, and that's about it. You can interchange with people. That's for sure. Yeah, this chick is gone. The chick who was lying there was gone, so I can't really do anything about it. So I guess it's gonna be like a fuse box somewhere around here, but I don't know where the fuse box is at. Boo-doo, boo-doo. Fuse box. That's not a fuse box. Ah!
Suck on this.
Why are you holding a... Why are you holding the pistol like that? Hold on. So I can't go any of these doors, and okay, so I had to go upstairs then. Where is the fuse box, honestly? That's not how you hold a gun. Well, tell her that. AMI. Tell her that. She's fucking holding the fucking shit in the wrong fucking way. What? Huh? Wait, what? Okay, we got this one. That green? What? There we go. Hey, Evil. Ah! Ah! They all did. Okay, we can save the sexy ass nurse. Buggers. Wait. Hold on. Okay, who is fucking more hurt, honestly? Dance time? What is dance time? You are more hurt. Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'm not gonna fucking go with this anyways. I'm just gonna go. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Evil.
nurse will agree to open the door for us now.
I think the nurse will agree to open the door for us now. I think I'll check my credit card.
Miss Wixon, we're looking for Kenny.
Oh!
Another one what?
Look at her fucking G-string, bro!
That's the freak who kidnapped Kenny?
Never let them out before.
What?
It's Leonard.
Is Leonard the one who's got Kenny?
Look at that G-string! What the fuck?
Asking her anything.
That G-string can be seen. Oh my god. Let me see that You're not gonna see that cooter. Shut up. Another game gets you over horny. I'm not even over horny. I'm just like, what the fuck? Why is that fucking G-string so shown like that, you know? Elizabeth, you were not there, so I'm leaving you this message. I hope it will be sufficiently clear. This morning, I surprised Mr. W by coming out of the amphitheater. I suspect it was he who left the log chamber open last night. That idiot is putting everyone in danger. You know this. You know that the current instability means that we cannot take the least risk. We must do something. Try to engage him in conversations today. You may be able to learn more. La. Unit Total, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Oh hell yeah. A bow.
I've seen this hand wheel somewhere before.
Bloop 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 bloop. God, this fucking soundtrack, bro. Bloop 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 bloop. Bloop 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 bloop. I was like, what the fuck is that soundtrack, bro? Oh, I feel like I'm gonna shoot fucking Shannon. There we go. All right, cool. We got 2 first aid kits at least. Alright, time for me to head back here and use you.
Let's move.
Look after Shannon, look after Josh.
I'm ready to rock.
I'm ready to rock! Thanks! Okay, since... wait, hold on. I'll give you the gun. And I'll give...
Okay, let's
No. Shannon has to give me the gun then. Okay, Shannon, you give me that gun. And I have 2 guns now, right? Yeah, I have 2 guns now. And then I have a tape for this thing. There we go.
Okay, I got
Call
you.
you in. You have another tape. Wait, who has the shotgun? You have the shotgun, right? You have the yeah, you have the shotty. Can you give him the shotty? Okay, and then you do this to that. Yes. Okay. Victory screech. Okay. Now, do you have the pistol? You have the pistol. What the flying fuck is this? Oh wait, that's a pipe. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna give you the pipe then.
Let's move.
You take the pipe.
Let's move.
Do you have you?
Okay, let's move.
You take the bat. There you go. Okay, cool.
Okay, I'll go with
There you go. If we ever, what do you mean leadership? Hey! I am a good leader. All right, Copium. I am always willing to help out with all these people, Copium. And I need to know if I do have a CD. I do have a CD's nuts. Hell yeah. We got that CD.
Okay,
CD's nuts. There we go. See, easy. Oh, ah!
The stairway collapsed. That's it. I've seen a hand wheel like this in the administration building.
I was lucky that I saved. That's all I could say. I was lucky that I saved. Wait, who had the shotgun? Yeah, who has the shotgun? Is it you? Oh, you have the shotgun. Okay, give you the shotgun. Reload that shotgun. And I should be good to go. There you go. Easy. See? It's completely black inside. Well, shine the fucking light in there, you idiot. Oh, damn. This place collapsed. Where is the thingamajig at? It's like upstairs, like somewhere. Cancel. No. Wait, is there stairways I can go up from here? I guess we're not going to school tomorrow. Yeah, school's canceled. Copium. Wait. Wait, the teacher's lounge is like fucking somewhere, right? I remember it's like somewhere being the teacher's lounge. This one? Oh. Oh, fuck me. Oh no, fuck. Okay. I need to go somewhere for the teacher's lounge, but I forgot where is the teacher's lounge at. Like, where do I go for the teacher's lounge? Oy vey. Oy vey. Oy vey. I don't know where. It could be around here, but I forgot where it was. You? Could be you. Please be you. Yes! It is you! Okay, cool. I'm actually pretty smart. Alright, I have a high IQ of 150. Wait. Wait a minute. Oh no, I don't know where. I lied. I don't know. I don't know where to go. I don't have an IQ of 150. I have an IQ of 1. I have an IQ of 1. I don't know where to go. Wait, hold on. You can pick lock this, right? No, you can't. Okay. Thought you can. I don't know where to go now. I'm so confused. I don't know where to go now. I'm like very confused. I don't know where to go. Okay. There is some place in this area that you can actually go to, like the fucking upper class. I just don't remember where. Is it you? No, that's a fucking cafeteria. Fuck. Fuck, I don't know. I don't remember where. Oh no. Okay, sick bay. Dining hall. Administration building. Is it from there? Wait, hold on. This room is really tilted. Yes. I can't remember where I can go. I know I can go somewhere. I just don't remember where now. I remembered like going towards like some fucking area, and then I could actually go towards the teacher's office. I just don't remember where. Oh, Wait. Am I smart? Am I smart? Am I like 5-hit IQ? Please. Please tell me that I'm smart.
She'd know what to do.
If Shannon was here, she would fuck your ass, bro. She fucking dominant as fuck. She has a strap on at home. Yeah, is it here? Wait, no. Maybe? Hold on. This is the way out, right? Or in? In! Wait. Wait, oh my god, no. You're not? What do you mean I'm not? Okay, I'm not smart. Oh, fuck. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way up, that's the thing. Oh! Wait! Oh my god, maybe because I'm fucking stupid. Hold on. Maybe because I'm fucking stupid, I should have gone into like the vent instead. Maybe the vent, maybe they try to vent, right? I know in this game they try to vent, so I guess we vent, maybe. Oh wait, no, it's here. Well, I'm dumb. It's here all along. Okay. Fuck, I'm dumb. Okay. Now I know where to go. Now I know where to go. Here. What the fuck is blocked by debris? Are you kidding me? Brochacho, please. Okay. I'm smart. I'm back to smart. I'm back to being like pretty fucking smart. All right, cool. Who the fuck? Okay. There we go. I'm back to being fucking smart. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I'm being back to smart. Fuck you. That's right. I'm being fucking smart. We can pog whatever we want to. We can pog it out. 1890. These photos were taken when the school was being built. There are basements everywhere under us.
You got it, buddy. It's all been saved.
You got it, buddy. It's all been saved. Okay, what do I have? A reel of film 23. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Wonder Greek. That your friends indeed. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Wonder Greek. Have I seen you before? Have you been on X chat? That's why.
Mr. Walden, what are you doing?
I'm looking for Friedman.
Friedman, if he was here, trust me, we'd know it. He still must
You
be...
know where he is? Where did you see him?
He was in the library, but that was quite a while ago. Hey, wait. Do you think that Friedman has something to do with what's happening?
Hey, Wonder Greek, how are you doing? Hope you're doing
No.
well.
What about Kenny?
Well, ever since I found out this stupid school has a basement, I've been thinking Kenny's gotta be down there. And there's a way through the auditorium. There's just one little problem. I can't get in without the key.
I shouldn't, but what's the difference? Here.
Hey, thanks.
What?
Hey, hold up.
He just gives us the key like that. What the flying fuck? He just gives us the key like that. What? What a trustworthy fucking individual. Poggers. That's why we say we did poggers. Just done with checkup, lost weight, and doing great. Hey, you lost weight. That's really good. I gained a lot of weight actually. It feels bad though. The only reason why I gained weight was because You know, I eat a lot and I sit a lot. Use bad copium. You know, but it is what it is. But I'm like lighter than a lot of people, to be fair though. Yeah, glad that you're doing alright anyways. You're like exactly the same as always. Yeah, but I used to be like 45 kilograms, I think, and then afterwards I became like 60. Yeah, I'm serious. Like, I used to be like 45 kilograms, and then I ate a lot, and then I went to 60. I was literally just that.
It's not doing anything.
Wait, what the fuck? Reel of Film 23. Was there a film projector somewhere? I don't remember if there's a film projector anywhere. I'm being honest, man. I used to be 45 kg, and then, or like, I don't know how many pounds was that. I was like 45 kilograms, and then afterwards I ate a lot, so then I became like 60. You mean my horse tummy? You mean my horse tummy? This is where I went. That's all the fucking, you know, the weight. Was only 100 pounds. Yeah, I used to be 100 pounds, and then afterwards I gained like 15 kilograms. So I was very tiny. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was actually really that tiny. And I used to be like very I guess like anorexic, I guess, but like, you know. How tall am I? I'm 160. I'm 5'5", 5'6", around there.
Hey, what are these old photos? Friedman. Man hasn't aged a bit.
Man hasn't aged a bit. Pony into a horse, I guess, but also at the same time, this, you know, the weight distribution just goes all the way to my fucking tummy, you know. But I'm 5'5", 5'6", around there.
It's too quiet in here. I got this. I can pick this thing.
Let's stay together.
Alright. What is in here? Stu shorter than Juro? I mean, a lot of chicks is shorter than me anyways, which is a good thing. But also at the same time, a lot of chicks who are taller than me in the States. You're 4'11"? Are you a... Wait. Are you a male or a female? If you're a female, I can understand why you're 4'11", though. If you're a male, though... Like... Holy shit, that's actually pretty fucking short as a male, you know? Don't judge. I'm not judging, but like, it's like, holy shit. What do you mean? Biologically female. Ah, I see. Yeah, then yeah, I guess I could see that in a female because, you know, females are short, I guess. I'm not judging! I'm not judging that much, alright? Shut up. I'm 5'5". I'm short anyways, right? I'm like Asian short because, you know, probably if you're 4'11" and you're like fucking, you know, if you're a fucking male, right? I probably think that you're Asian or something. 5'5" little bitch. Shut the fuck up, RS25, you 6 feet motherfucker. I'm short anyways. I don't care. What? Wait, you have the shotgun this whole time. Film projector, I can see a reel here.
We need to lower the screen so we can watch the movie.
Horse is judging me. I'm not gonna judge you. I pretend that I'm actually like fucking 6 feet. I always pretend that I'm 6 feet, but in reality I'm like 5'5". And anyone can do like the Tyler 1 fucking meme to me. Even Tali like was thinking about doing the fucking, you know, whatever it is. Step on everyone, I see. I someday wanna be.
Testing 1 2 1 2 3.
I someday wanna be a fucking, you know, tall guy. I ain't that tall. Wait, hold on. My characters. Oh, both of them are kind of fucked. Oh. Oh, I forgot about this.
Never felt better in my life.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not growing anymore. I'm totally not growing anymore. What? Elevator? Safety deactivated. Safety activated. Goods elevator. Okay, cool. Using the elevator. For your safety, make sure you activate the security lever after using it. Okay, cool. No point in going up. The trapdoor above is closed. I see. I once danced with a girl. That was on the basketball team. It looked like a bear taking down its prey. I would date a tall girl, to be fair though. Like I would date someone who's like fucking 170, 180. But like, would they be alright with short kings, you know? I would also want to date like a short girl, but like, you know, I feel like, I don't know why my preferability is always on tall girls. I guess it's just me. But I would totally date like a short girl. You be there punching bag? Sure, sure. Sounds hot. Fuck me. It's either I'm gonna have a short fucking girlfriend or a tall girlfriend. And I ain't getting any. I ain't getting any right now, so. You wanna be stepped on? That's all. No, even as a short fucking. Okay, short females can also like step on me anytime, you know? It's just the thing is that like, are they dominant enough to actually step on me? You know, because I'm never mind, I'm not gonna talk about it. Disc. I had to lay down. True. What the fuck? That alien shit, man. Okay, Phoenix, quick question. Are you Asian? Or like, are you Asian descent? Or like you, whatever, you're whatever it is, you're Asian? Okay, cool. Damn, bro. Damn, bro, his face, bro. His face all fucked up, man. Is the second game on this fucking thing, by the way? Is the second game on Steam? I forgot if the second game is actually on Steam, though. As far as I know, no. Very European with a dash of Native American. Wait, so that means you're not Asian. Okay. Dude, short European chicks are just fucking hot. Not gonna lie. Or short Western chicks are fucking hot to me. I don't want to see a lot more fucking short Asian chicks anymore. I want to see a lot more short fucking European chicks. Hey GSD. What the fuck? What do you mean time to leave? Stay here. Stay. Stay. You tall motherfucker. You're tall. That's all. You're tall. No, don't leave. You're tall. Oh shit! A hand! What the fuck? Bro? Bro, are you alright? Bro, I think you need to fucking die, bro. Oi! What the flying fuck? Bro, help!
Go with you. Okay, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. Oh shit. I'm dazed. I'm dazed. I'm dazed.
Okay, I won't go
Wait.
anywhere.
Wait.
Go with you.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
I got fucked again.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
I'm dazed. Help, you fucking idiot! How are you not helping me?
Suck on this.
Oh. What the flying fuck?
Take that. That hurts.
What the flying fuck is happening? I don't even know what the fuck is happening.
It's gross.
Oh shit, he's dead. Oh shit, it's dead. Hey Benny. Look at the boobs on the thing. I don't even know what the boobs are.
Okay, it's recorded.
Wait, what? The second one is on Steam? I see. Wait, why was I up there for? That's like the question. Why was I up there for?
Man, it's deep down there.
Huh? Wait, yeah, why was I up there? Do you have anything? Give him something, true. Huh. I just came up here for... Okay. Give him a blunt. Sorry to fucking. Who's that guy? I need to keep the grids open. What's your MVP? What do you need your MVP for? Huh?
Fine, I'll stay here.
What?
You're leaving me here all alone?
Massive veiny penis for you. Okay, yeah. Heisha has his fucking MVP then. Or has your MVP. Yeah, RS25, he has your MVP, so I don't know. What? Okay, wait, hold on. I don't have any. What am I supposed to be looking for again? Wait, hold on. Huh? Oh! Oh! Oh, I think I know what to do. It's just... Did it say you need something to get it to stay open?
Man, it's deep down there.
I need something to keep the grids open. I see. Okay, hold on.
It's not doing anything.
Okay. If you VIP me, your PP will grow 10 inches. Sure, buddy. Wait, what? I know I'm supposed to go up here, but... Huh... Am I supposed to have him stay here then?
Where you going?
What? I don't understand. I'm trying to understand like this puzzle, but I'm not having any idea to store 84 Switch games. I got them on the table, start out of control. Like you just fucking organize them, duh. Why can't you just organize them?
Okay, I got your back.
Okay, there's something that I have to do. I just don't know what to do. Get a shelf or something, man. I mean, a shelf would be actually better. This place is... Okay, is there a map? I just want to know if there's a map around here. If there's a map around here, then yeah, I probably would think that. There we go. That's the... Is this the map? No. Somewhere there's a map. I'm trying to figure out. I can't figure out. Okay. That's for the screen. Yeah, that's for the screen, but I don't think there's anything much I can do with the screen. Is there... Is there a map of this fucking area? There we go, map. Okay, let me see this map real quick. I can go up there for sure. Oops, didn't mean to do that. What is this? What? There's a room in there. A question mark. Yeah, a better thing for you to do is either get whatever that thing is that RS25 literally posted, or get a shelf. It's either one of the, it's either one of the two, because you know, it helps with your you know, your arrangement, or like, I guess so, arrangements and stuff. Okay, there's something in here then. The power control panels. I can see a reel here. Reel here? Huh? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, there's that other door that I probably need to go in, but I don't know what the fucking other door is. I'm like literally confused right now. Cause I'm trying to find out what the fuck is happening, but like I don't know. There's this other door. I just don't know whether this other door can actually be open. This door right here. I don't know. Wait. Hold on. Cause I need this thing to fucking, you know. I need this thing to have its gates still open. I think. And then I can crawl, or I can like fucking climb in there, right? Is that the way?
Fine. I'll stay here.
Like, I can climb. Yeah, I can climb from there. The only problem right now is that... Yeah, the only problem right now is that, like, I don't have a fucking...
You're leaving me here all alone?
Oof. You're leaving me here all alone? Okay. So the question right now is that, how do I...
Man, it's deep down there.
It's deep down there. How do I...
You're leaving me here all alone?
I don't know. I feel like I'm fucking dumb or something. I feel like I'm dumb. I just don't know what to do right now. There has to be a game guide for this. There is a game guide for this, but like... I'm probably just stupid. I'm probably just stupid. I just don't see what fucking thing I need. You see how the fucking... Maybe because I had the screwdriver.
It's not working.
I probably would need the screwdriver for something, you know? Nope. Like, I killed this thing for a reason. I don't know. Set for Romeo and Juliet. Unless I'm missing a fucking item.
Let's move.
Yeah, unless I'm missing an item, I just don't know what to think of. And I really want this gray like,
Man, it's deep down there. It's useless.
like I want this thing to like open up. That's all I could say. Like if this thing opens up,
Man, it's deep down there.
cuz here's the thing. If you open this up right here, it says I need something to keep the grids open. So I probably would think that I need some kind of a bar or something to get this thing open. For your safety, make sure activate lever after using it. I can activate the lever like this, you know. But I really want to go down there. I don't know. Oh, okay.
Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3.
Okay. I don't know whether I should use a guide. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know whether I want to use a guide. You suck. I don't know, man. I don't know what other thing that is obvious to me that I missed in the game. It's not that thing. Yeah, I probably missed something. It's not this thing because it brings the screen down. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is the one at the fucking, like, this thing right here. Because there's a question mark right there. But the thing is that, like, why is there a question mark? I don't even know if I want to use the guide right now. I legitimately Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm using a guide. I don't know what's happening. Unless someone in the chat knows what I'm doing. Or what I should do, actually. I'm gonna use a guide for this. Where is it this one? I have no idea. Because I feel like maybe I'm just missing an item, but the problem is that like at the part, yeah, the fucking trap door opened, Okay, hold on. What do I do after the trap door? Amphitheater. There we go. Amphitheater. Wait. Amphitheater? Wooden plank. Where is the wooden plank? These things?
Yo, what is this thing?
Are you serious? I can pick these things up. Huh. Wow. Okay, whatever. That's all I needed. Okay, hold on. There you go. Okay. Ah, I see. I see now. I see now. I see now. There's some bullshit. The problem was that like when I was shining on when I was shining on the boards, right? It just looked like the same and that's about it. It just looks the same and then like, oh, you can actually take the boards. It's like, oh, sure. Like I know there's a ladder right beside it. Oh shit, hello Ashley and Shannon and everyone else. At least you figure it out. Yeah. Oh no! Are you kidding?
She's dead. And here we are, we're trapped.
Shannon died? Are you fucking serious? How the fuck, bro? Oh my god, Shannon died. What do we do now? Did you lock the upstairs? Did I lock upstairs? Oh. True. Okay. I get what you mean now. I get what you mean now. Oh god, that was like me just being a fucking idiot then. Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, I got
stay
your
here.
back. Okay, I'll stay here.
This lock looks easy. This lock looks easy.
Oops.
Okay, I'll stay here.
Hold on. Screwdriver.
This lock looks easy. This lock looks easy.
There you go. Playing new game. Hey, Angry Nick. Yeah, I'm playing a new game. For myself actually. It's ObsCure. And this game is like pretty fucking, you know. It's cool, but also at the same time, I mean, it acts like fucking Alone in the Dark as well. Talks about fucking high school kids fucking finding a mystery and such.
What is it?
There we go. It's like high school kids trying to find mystery behind whatever it is. And I can have fucking save files again, like, you know, fucking Alone in the Dark, but yeah. So it's Scooby-Doo. Something like Scooby-Doo, I guess? It's something like Scooby-Doo, but like, you know, that they're just high school students. As a game in general. Boom. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Okay. Now we can lock the thing. Now we can totally lock the thing. There we go. Lock it. Thank God I have a fucking save file. Actually, it involves me to go like that. Yes! So we're through. Oh my god, yes. Is everyone?
This can't be. The elevator.
Everyone's back! Everyone's here! Everyone's here! Let's go! Everyone's here now. Let's go. We're safe. Yes! Motherfucking Phoenix Wolf. Savior. Savior, omega lol. We save everyone. Poggers.
Okay, I'm right behind you.
No. I don't want Shannon. I want smart ass.
Okay, I'll go with you.
I want smart ass Stan, honestly. 1 out of 7, so I can reload this. Take that guy to the bathroom. He looks like he got a shit or something. I mean, to be fair though, he was kind of fucked up, but you know, not that fucked up anymore. Alright, well, we're kind of lucky that we actually saved the hot chick anyways. Hello? Reload. Is there anyone else in here? She's the healer after all. She is the heal slot, but like, I don't need a heal slot for now. I don't think I would need a heal slot for now. You alright? Hello? What the fuck? If you're reading this letter, you have probably been as I was, locked up by Herbert Friedman. I can't get out, but you might be luckier than me. I'm afraid I will soon be used as a guinea pig, like all the other students. What? If you do get out, I have put together in a safe hidden in the dormitory all the proof necessary to bring down Friedman. Find D. Find a safe, I guess. Find D. I like how the shotgun sounds like someone's hitting the mic. It's like... This is like that, like what the fuck? What? Okay. Hello? It's locked. Oh wait, this is the administrative building. Wait. Hold on, I just realized something. Can I, for some reason, like...
I just know there's something else.
So, weird question, weird thing right here. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Okay, never mind. I was about to do something. Never mind. Hey, I see how it goes right now. There you go. I was about to say, like, is there a way for me to block an entrance or something, you know? Like, I feel like there's an entrance or for me to block somewhere, somehow, I want to block some kind of entrance, which is like this door right here that I want to block. Wait, is this supposed to be? Oh, wait, what's this? Oh! Oh, shotgun. Okay, I have a shotgun then. Can I do this then? Unload? Reload? Hey Joe, you can block this! Unload. Wait, no. Wait a minute. Wait, give. So I can survive with this.
There are no more locks.
Reload. There we go. Because I think that this guy right here is literally just gonna be here. Some kind of lever. Okay, cool. Hello? What up, dude? Is this the Nemesis or some shit? Yo, this is fucking Resident Evil, man. The Nemesis. Oh, fuck me, bro.
No. 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 No.
I'm dead. Okay, well, that's an easy boss. They copied Stranger? Yeah, they copied Stranger Things. That's for sure. Smile. A grenade? What? Wait, I have a grenade? Light grenade. Holy fuck! I have a grenade right here. Well, that seems interesting. So, what the flying fuck is happening?
There are no locks to pick here.
What? Fuck is happening? Wait. I just realized. I just realized this fucking who did. Or was I not even shooting at all? What? What the fuck just happened to me, honestly?
Okay, I got your back.
Okay, I need to know what Stan has again. Okay, you have a pistol. And what does fucking Shannon has? Shannon have 2 bats, which I do not need 2 bats, I guess.
Let's move.
Okay. What do you have, Ashley? Ashley's fucking unreliable. Both of the chicks are unreliable because I gave them fucking shitty ass weapons. That's all I can say. I gave them the worst fucking weapons. 2 bats and 1 fucking whatever it is, steel pipe. There we go. Is there another one more?
There are no more locks.
I don't think I can go here, right? Can I even go here? I can go here. Okay. So... yeah, I guess the only thing I can do right now is just actually, like, fucking... destroy those people, I guess, but we'll see about here. Okay, I'll leave that fucking place to, like... what the flying fuck?
Help. It hurts.
Whole series of book of botany. January 18th, 1903. Len seemed to have handled the treatment reasonably well. No special symptoms. March 24th, 1903. After a few days, his skin is covered with melanoma. The tumors are not metastasizing. Oh, sorry, metastasizing. Very much, but their large numbers is causing a worsening in his general condition. The hypersensitivity of the skin to UV radiation and the first lesion resulting from this are similar to xeroderma pigmentosum, an inherited illness. This illness is due to a mutilation of the gene that protects against skin cancers. But in theory, this illness is hereditary. Henceforth, Leonard will protect himself from the sun, but the damage is done. The light rays have caused an acute reaction in the oh, this is the fucking part where they talk about the sun. I see. This is where to talk about the sun. So, inserted into his system. We did not foresee this, because our previous guinea pigs remained in their cages. At present, the entire surface of Leonard's skin is suffering profound mutilations. The mutilations appear to have slowed down. They are, however, spectacular. Sorry, as I ask myself how he can survive in this condition. The wounds have transformed into scabs that look as though they will remain like the bark of a tree. The damage to his skeleton and his metabolism appear irreversible. His temporal lobes and his upper members are the most affected parts. Upper members. I guess he meant the skull. His conditions have stabilized. His mental conditions concerns me as much as the appearance he has taken on. If human appearance can still be spoken of in his case. The only hope to cure him now is to have new guinea pigs who have suffered in the same way, in order to test a therapy aimed at eradicating the gene and returning the subject to his initial condition. The research is very long. I will not live long enough to achieve my goal unless I inject myself with the treatment and remain in the shadows until the serum is discovered. Interesting. So do you have any part of this? Oh, okay. Wow. Oh! He has a shift! He's shanking people! He's a fucking British! He's British!
Suck on this.
Yeah, suck on this, British guy!
There are no locks left.
Oh my god, he became British! Bro! Of course he became British! What the fuck? Of course the guy was like, yo, I'm just gonna become British. That's for sure. I have a first aid kit now. Wait, you need the shotgun, that's for sure. And I need the shotgun later on as well. Oh, I can take the other shotgun as well. Unload. Reload. Wait, hold on.
Okay, I'm not going anywhere. Okay, I'll go with you.
Tape it to this thing. Leonard, you take this. Leonard, take this. Okay.
Oh my God! I'm positive there's still something left. Go to hell!
Whoa, dude. Okay. I need to reload, and then how much health do I even have right now? Oh, my health is kind of fucked. Okay, there's more outside, so get ready.
Dear Lord.
Okay, I got your back.
Suck on this. I'm out of bullets. There's nothing left for us. Suck on this.
How do I do this? Okay. Holy shit, wait. One of you guys need the fucking aid. You take it. Okay. So what other gun do you have? You have this gun. Okay. Then I need you to switch to this gun, I guess. Okay, cool. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go do this. Let's go do this. Oh yes, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boys and girls and non-bis. Let's fucking go. Ah! Wait. Oh no, Josh is dead. Is this dead? Oh god, he's dead. Fuck. Come on, bro. Come on. Don't die. Just don't die for a hit.
Okay.
Ah. Okay, I need these. Fuck, just don't die for a hit.
If people only knew what was under this school.
I need them to just not die, that's all I could say. Just don't die for it. Okay, who's hurt again? You guys aren't hurt. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is gonna be a fucking nasty shit if I have to fucking go through this fucking place right now. Okay, now the question right now is that can I even go to this area? If I can go to this area first, then I probably would like, you know. Okay, this door is locked. This door is not locked. Okay. Oh shit, British. We got more British people. British. All the British people right now. Reload. So it's locked. Okay, so I guess I went here for bullets and that's about it. Okay. Okay, so there's gonna be like three of the same fucking monsters, I guess. Okay. First of all, I need to fucking kill this one dude who fucking becomes British afterwards. So I gotta kill this dude. He fucking becomes British. Okay, you're dead. Reload. I need to also reload the other gun as well. There we go. I'll take this. This is a manual. Wait, okay. I'll say this door doesn't open manually, so I need to have like some kind of. It's a fuck. Okay, whatever. I hope none of us gets hit for this part, because if I get hit for this part, this is gonna be really fucking horrible. Okay, so I will do this first. Tape it to this thing. Give to him. I will use this thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a light grenade. I forgot about light grenades. Okay, give me a sec. No, you fucking idiot!
Start fighting. Chew on this. Take that. That'll calm you down.
Okay, are you kind of hurt? You are kind of hurt. There we go.
It's on now.
Okay, now I take this. Reload my gun. And hopefully at the same time I can actually use the fucking nade. If I can use the nade, that would be great. Beat the game already, Dumbo? How fucking long is this game? I don't know how long is this game.
Dear Lord.
You fucking idiot. Wait. Did they both die? They both died! Oh, oh, that's my light. Oh, it's my light. Oh, okay, cool. It's my light. It's my light. Okay, cool. Holy shit. Can I use this lever? Oh, wait. Do this. Oh, it opens up that door. Okay, cool. Nice.
It works.
It works. All right, finally I got out of there unscathed. Okay, unscathed. Yo, what's up? We found you, my little bitch.
Jenny,
Get me out of here.
you okay?
Friedman's on his
You look
way.
weird.
I'll be better once I'm out of here. Come on, hurry up.
Okay.
Oh shit!
It's Friedman.
No! Oh, are you fucking kidding me right now? Is this a fucking chloroform? It is chloroform. Oh no. Chloroformed, man. Oh my god, both of you guys are in there now.
Hey, what happened?
So you've been captured too.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
Bar of a hook. Okay, hold on.
It's useless.
A bar of a hook. Can I give it to...
I see some cutters that could come in handy once we find a way out of here.
Oh, There we go. Yo, let's go. Everyone was locked in? How is everyone locked in? No, Kenny! You fucking idiot, Kenny! Please don't fucking die right now.
Stay here.
Friedman gave us injections of that stuff. If the light hits us, we'll be
Don't worry.
transformed.
We'll find a solution. Now that we have the cutters, we can check out the place where Friedman does his dirty work.
The infirmary. We've got to
She's
see
with
Wixon.
Friedman. She'll never help us.
There's no choice. We only have till sunrise. After that, we're done for.
Wait. Oh. Where do we go? Nurse. Nurse. Okay, so I guess I had to go back to the nurse then.
With these cutters, we can open up all the big padlocks.
Open all the big padlocks. Do it now. There we go. A gun! Did we get all... We got all of it back! We got all of it back! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Okay, are you... Yeah, okay, you... Do this. Wait, no. Okay, I need to give fucking shit. You get this.
Okay, I'm with you.
You get this. And get this. And then you... Oh, wait.
Let's move.
You get this. Okay. Now you two get the shitty fucking weapons because I don't know. You have self-defense, so I'll give you this. Wait, no. Don't give that. Actually, wait, no.
I'm right behind you.
I'll give you this. And then I'll get the pistol instead. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm with you.
Switch over. And I'll give Shannon, because I don't really care about Shannon.
Okay, I'm right behind you.
I'll give her this, but also at the same time I'm gonna give Ashley the bat as well.
Okay, let's move.
So I'll give Ashley the belt, the bat. Yeah, cool. And then I'll get, I'll have fucking Kenny just with this gun.
Okay, I'm with you.
And then I'll get, I'll pair up
Let's
with,
move.
yeah, there we go. There we go, that's how the pairing works. Whoa. Okay, there's a ladder here. Ow, Jesus Christ.
There are no more locks.
Take that! Hurts.
Not like this.
Stand!
Are you kidding me? Oh my fucking god! Oh. I didn't prepare for this. I had to restart this thing all over again. God, I'm fucking dumb. Honestly, I'm like the worst fucking person to actually play this game. Why do I get fucking... Oh, I got fucking shit in my inventory. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. I had to do this thing all over again. Fuck!
Okay, I got your back.
You're the worst person to play any game? True.
Okay, I'm with you. Okay, I'll go with you.
Okay. So... I was like, yes, I have a plan. I did have a plan. And then afterwards, I just like, oh, fuck me. I fucked it up. Because I'm stupid as fuck.
Yeah, that'll calm you down. You like that?
Suck on this!
What? How's Kenny looking right now? Kenny's like pretty fucking hurt. Ugh.
It's on now.
Everyone has a plan until the punch in the face. Obviously, because I got fucking punched in the face like God knows how many fucking times. How are you doing, CC? Wait. I don't want the guy to actually become British again because the guy literally fucking changed himself to become British. Okay, so I don't have a CD. I don't have CD's nuts, alright? Lord British? You wanna know what happens if I shine a light at them? Look, if I shine a light at them... Look, they turn fucking British with a fucking shank. Look, they have a fucking shank. So they turn fucking British afterwards. Wait. Do I not have a lamp? Did I not pick up the... Fuck me. I thought I picked it up. I'm so fucking dumb. Again, I'm dumb. For all the times in this game, I'm fucking dumb.
No.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god! I wanna... Okay, this is like...
Okay, I'll go.
This is like some alone in the dark bullshit right now. Fuck me. This is some alone in the dark bullshit right now. I need to actually fucking... I don't have a safe place. I really just don't have a safe place for this fucking game. I used all of my CDs, and I can't have any of my CDs.
If people only knew what was under this school.
Okay, unless I go back again and fucking use the CDs, you know?
Chew on this.
Or maybe I should actually bring fucking who else? Who's that fucking person, honestly? I should just bring fucking Ashley instead. Because Ashley can fucking self-defense herself. CDs nuts. Yeah, true. Like, I need just fucking CDs, man. CDs enemies. All British. British enemies, man. Just need to not fucking die right now. Just need to not fucking die. If I die, I'm fucked.
Go to hell. Suck on this.
That's right, you British person. That's right, you British. Chew on that. Yeah. Okay, where's the tape? Tape to this thing. Give this thing to Kenny. Okay. Kenny, fucking go away right now. Please. Kenny! Fucking run, Kenny! Okay. I need you. Okay. Okay. Not Kenny. What the fuck am I talking about? This is not Kenny. This is fucking... I don't remember.
Dear Lord. There's nothing left for us. It's useless.
What the... Bro. Okay, cool. Oh, okay.
There's nothing left for us.
Reload this. Okay, do that. Alright. Alright, do not fuck it up this time. Do not fuck it up this time. I do not want to fuck anything up this time. You take this. Is there anything on this? Oh shit! It's a fucking British guy. Wait, hold on. Now, question: how fucked is anyone's health? No one. Okay, no one's fucked. Wow. Wow. Do I really need to pull this out later on? I guess so. Let's go this way then. Okay.
So you've been captured too.
What is it?
I see some cutters that could come in handy once we find a way out of here.
Okay. I need Kenny to totally be alive right now. I eat apple.
With these cutters, we can open up all the big padlocks.
Oh wait, I need fucking him. That's right.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Wait. I don't need you. Okay. I need you first.
All right, I'll go with you.
Okay. You take this, cause I don't need this. Basketball. Yeah, he plays basketball. This guy plays basketball.
Okay, let's move.
You take this. You take this. Get the fuck out of the way, you fucking bitch. Sorry. I'll take you.
Okay, I'm with you.
But you will take the pistol. Never mind, you take the shotgun. Yeah, you take the shotguns, I guess. Okay, Stan, you take the shotguns. Because I do not need any one of you to take. Wait. Fuck. Stan. No, Stan has to take the one of the. There we go. And then you. Wait, you take both pistols, I guess.
Let's move.
I guess you take both pistols then. Yeah. Oops, I didn't mean to examine. Give you this.
Fine. I'll stay here.
Reload. What do you have? Okay. There. Okay, cool. I think that's about it, right? Okay.
Fine. I'll stay here.
Okay.
Let's move.
I think. Yeah. Let's get out of here, please. Hopefully I can get out of here right now. Thank God. Okay. Thank fucking God. Look at how fast he goes.
I'll stay here.
Are you winning? I keep constantly losing. That's all I would say. I keep constantly losing.
It's useless.
Maybe Kenny?
It works.
There you go. Stop losing then. I'm trying. Wait, what?
Out at last.
Wait, what?
Let's move.
Go. I'm trying not to lose, alright? I kept losing like the past few times because I don't have a CD. Like that's like the one thing that I needed was a CD. I didn't have a CD at all. Where the fuck I... Wait, hold on.
It's a padlock. With a big pair of cutters, it'll be easy.
Oops. Didn't mean to
Fine.
do that.
I'll stay here. Let's move.
Okay. CD's nuts, yes. When you lose a door, you gain a bigger door. Yes, of course. What are all these? Oh, yo, a CD! A CD! I need a CD! There you go! CD's nuts! CD's nuts! There we go, we got a CD. I shouldn't have saved there, but whatever. I saved there anyway. CD. I got myself a CD. I actually want to know what the fuck is, okay. Kenny, irregular work. Kenny should not consider basketball as the only subject worthy of his interest. Quarrelsome attitude to be watched. Brawling is not a discipline. Excellent physical aptitude. Kenny is definitively skilled at sports. Yeah, he's the basketballer. He's the baller who baskets. Just like RS25 because he's a basketballer. Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? Okay. Yes. Yeah. I mean, this guy's in fucking tip-top shape, honestly. With the physicality he has. He probably has like a big fucking... Yo! Gang! Gang is back! Gang is back! Let's go, gang! Two places with padlocks, though.
I hope Wixon will be able to help us out.
Kenny has beat up everyone in the school. Yes. That's what he does, man. He beats up people in the school, alright? Fuck people in the school.
It's useless.
Don't beat... No, you beat off people, alright?
Sure doesn't look too comfy in here.
Wait, hold on. He beat off people in school, man. Sick on that. Oh, beat off everyone.
All right, I'm ready to rock.
I'm ready to rock. Oh, what? CD. Newspaper cuttings referring to the disappearances. Holy shit. Okay. A candle directly on the table. Do I need a fucking candle or some shit? What the flying fuck? This chair does not inspire me with confidence. Interesting. He tosses basketball match Mach 3 speed is basketball time. Yes, true. Beat up people when you're still in school. Wait, I left. Oh, okay, cool. I was like, wait, I left whoever it is behind. Feels bad. Police adventure novels. Interesting. I don't have the bats. Wait. There you go. Ammunition for pop action shotgun. Ooh.
Fine. I'll stay here. Fine. I'll stay here. Let's move.
It's not working.
Why can't I? Okay. A chimney flue. Ah! Damn, that scream is super loud.
Suck on this.
Suck on this! There's another one right there, right? The guys in this are basically in the Scooby. Yeah, I someone did mention about it. It's like, oh, it's just Scooby Doo, anyways. It's Scooby Doo the game, but like, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, fucking Angry Nick said that. There you go. Angry Nick was like, oh, it's just Scooby Doo, but like in a game form. Fred and Shaggy. Dude got fucking hit, bro. It's locked. It's fucking out, dude. Ow.
That hurts. Get off.
Time for my pump action shotgun then. Oh shit. No. Give it back. Reload. You take the
I just know there's something else.
you just take this. For now. And then I have all these fucking pistols. What the fuck? A light grenade. Okay, I got a light grenade at least. How do I even see all of these? CDs. CDs nuts. Oh. Ammunition for pistol. Okay, cool. Okay. Get these pistol bullets as well, which is good. Where's the map? Okay. I guess it's this side then. Can I save right now? I can totally save if I want to.
We've got to find an antidote. I don't feel so good. This lock looks easy. It's useless.
What do you mean it's useless?
This lock looks easy. This lock looks easy.
What the fuck?
This lock looks easy.
Fucking open the door then!
This lock looks easy.
Oh wait, because I don't have this thing. There we go. I was like, open the door, you fucking idiot. Look at fucking Kenny being a Chad right there. Is that it? Oh wait, there's one more.
That takes care of that.
Okay. So am I kind of low? I'm a bit low.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
I'm ready to fuck. That's what I do. I'm ready to fuck. Zoe Scoop, yes. Pump action shotgun, okay. I guess there's a note on the table. I can't look at that note? Okay, I guess so. Oh my
This doesn't
god,
look too
please.
steady.
Are you kidding me? No. I'm not gonna go there yet. This door seems to be. Oh, fuck me. Okay, fine. Where's Scooby? Either one of the guys is gonna be Scooby anyways. Losing on I wasn't even losing on purpose. I wasn't even fucking losing on purpose.
I hope Wick.
Where's the nurse? The nurse is in the sick bay. Wait. Hold on. Am I gonna go to the sick bay? Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. I'm back. Roasted. Okay. One, I don't know if I deserve that. Two, I probably deserved that because I didn't save and I wanted to save, but I was like thinking, oh, maybe if I don't save, that would be great, and then I didn't save. So it's one, not my fault. Two, my fault. Oh my god, what the fuck happened to you?
Hey, Miss Wixon.
But you've been infected.
That bastard Friedman did it.
Herbert, you've gone too far. You need to find the antidote.
Friedman has an antidote? Where?
In the basement. The lab. The big door.
In his lab? Right? But how do we get there?
The other entrance. The gardens.
An entrance in the gardens? A different one?
Leonard. Don't let him go. Forgive us.
Wixon. Wixon.
She's dead though. Can't do anything, man. She dead. Is she actually dead? Like, legit, for real dead? Or I just went to like the wrong fucking area first. Wait, yeah. Did I? Okay, if I don't go here first. Huh. Wait, I want to know something as well. Like, if I don't go here first, would she still be alive then? Or do I really have to go here? Now, this is like a decision that I could make. But I'm not too sure whether I would want to make that decision though. Because either way, like, I didn't go to her first, but, and I don't even know if she would survive though. I bet she doesn't even fucking survive though. Unless that's like one of the endings in the game where, yeah, unless that's like one of the endings in the game where I don't even know if there's multiple endings. I feel like this game has multiple endings because you do need to save like a bunch of fucking, you do need to like keep these fucking kids alive anyways. Yeah, because the nurse is dead. Like, is there a way for me to actually save the nurse as well? You know, there's probably a way to save the nurse, but I'm not too sure if like it's a possible thing. I'm just not too sure about it. If it's not a possible thing, then whatever. Is this near the gymnasium? It is near the gymnasium. This is the gymnasium, yeah. Okay, how fucked is the gymnasium? It's not really that fucked. Okay, cool. Okay, I don't think it's actually that fucked though. I feel like maybe I need something to do with this fucking speaker later on, you know? Maybe? No. So the gymnasium is just nothing at all. Wait, what the fuck? Go down. Unless I could actually go into like these doors though. It's locked? The women's locker room is locked? Damn. Damn, bro. The women's locker room is locked. Can't go in there. Can't get a sneak peek. Hold on. Horny motherfucker denied. Yes, very denied. Oh, this is just okay. I'll have a shower later. No time to do my hair. Wow. Okay, I think there's nothing in this fucking place, I guess. Because I'm thinking of like the possibility that I could actually do in this fucking place for now, like the gymnasium, but I don't think there is anything for me to do. What happened to the fucking hoops? Oh, the hoops is still there. I was like, wait a minute. Where the hoops at? Can I even go here? Okay, cool. I was like, no, I don't want to go there for now. We hooping? The basketball ain't there anymore, so we ain't hooping. We hooped in the fucking start of the game though. That's all I'm gonna say. We hooped at the start of the game, so you missed out the hooping.
Sure doesn't look too comfy in here. What the hell?
Suck on this.
Wow. See the worst game is turned mosque. Yes, it is. How you doing, Dakaru? Hope you're doing well, Dakaru. Statuette? What?
This lock looks easy.
Wait.
I think I can pick this. This lock looks easy.
Oh. How are you doing, Dakaru? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck? Wait. What did he... Oh, he got a fucking drink. Okay. It's like, what the fuck did he take? He took a drink. Okay. So, I was told it was not working. So. Hold on. What the fuck was that? Are those bats or some shit? What the fuck? Hey, Gemini. No, I don't speak Korean. So, I was told. Wait, hold on. Hey, John. I was told to start working from 8 from now. I already start 7 to dodge traffic. So I asked if I can park in the company's parking lot. Let me come later. Right. But then, write down the time it takes. Huh. That fucking sucks, honestly. Like, what the fuck? Wait, wait. So I asked if I can park on the company's parking lot from now on, at least if they want me to. Oh yeah, they said no. Yeah, forgot. They said no. No. I go to work at 1 a.m. No traffic. 1 a.m. Hey, Guns. I heard this game is okay, I guess. I like this game a lot, but like, you know, it's just like the feeling of this game is like think of it as Alone in the Dark, but as a Scooby-Doo fucking game.
If Shannon were here,
Oh my god, is that Carm? Is that fucking Carm? Holy shit, I haven't seen you in a long time. Hold on, let me actually just do this real quick. If you guys do not know who Carm is, Carm is like a fucking long time fucking guy that I knew back in like Resident Evil 7 speedrunning days. That guy's a fucking chat, not gonna lie. There's 2 people, you call it Scooby-Doo. It's fucking 5 people, you fucking... Look, that's 5 people. Do you not see it as 5 people? It's like Scooby-Doo, dummy. Wait, Nem. I miss RE7 runs. I miss a lot of fucking, you know, runners who actually do RE7, honestly. Ouch. Please. Yeah, Karma's like a fucking old school Juhor's fucking viewer. I'll take this for now. Yeah, I'll take that for now. Reload. I can't do speedruns anymore because of college. Oh dang, dude. Nah, you're still alright, I guess. I mean, college comes first, anyways. So you take care of yourself with college, and I take care of myself with what other speedruns I do, because I do a lot of speedruns nowadays, and you know, making myself well known. Smile. I can dig these graphics. The graphics are alright for me. Like, not gonna lie, the graphics are kind of alright for me. The only thing that I really just maybe okay, this game is alright. I guess maybe it's just the multiplayer stuff from this game is like I don't like it with the multiplayerness, but you know, it is what it is.
It's saved.
It's saved. Alright, I don't have fucking whoever it is in here, so I have to just unlock this gate. Unlock this door by myself. Who is in here that...
Yes. Go to hell.
Okay, do you need to heal at all, Mr. Yeah, you need to heal. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go back with chat. Right here, chat. Motherfucking chat here. These what? I'm hoping to finish this game by today as well, because you know, I did Fear 2 yesterday, and I finished Fear 2. And then hopefully I can finish like games after games after games in the next like God knows how many fucking days, you know. We'll see how it goes. Why are they shouting these Sonic lines? I don't know. Okay, this one is gonna fuck me up, honestly. It's locked. Okay. Door must be locked. Okay. No! Don't do that! Don't fucking do that, you fucking bitch. Jesus Christ. I was like, don't fucking do that, man. I don't want to see another fucking accident again. Hello, what's up, man? What's this? There you go. Okay. Are you another British guy? Are you gonna be another British guy? Are you gonna like bring out a shank? No.
No. No. No.
This lock looks easy.
Help me.
Are you gonna bring out a shank? I'm like gonna be like, yo, are you gonna bring out a shank? Excuse me? Hold on. I'm just gonna kill him just in case, because I don't know whether or not he's gonna fucking turn into like a fucking, you know, not zombie, fucking British person. Office of Technology on the Congress. Following the conference in Seattle, where your publications are particularly your work and your particularly your sorry, wait, what? Where your publications and particularly your work entitled Eternal Life is Possible were the subject of much discussion. The experts examined your research as it was generally accepted to the use of your knowledge cannot be controlled, nor can the ecological, social, and ethical consequences of your discoveries in the field of life be measured. We had to reach a decision on the maintenance or not of the research budgets. What safeguard can be imposed against the eugenic temptation foreseen by your hypothesis, sacrificing the enrichment of breeding for the benefit of an artificial and very certainly contagious life cannot receive our support. The contributions of your work to the knowledge of the individual characteristics is one thing, but modifying the transmission of these characteristics by such inhuman means is another. As a consequence, the Office of Technology of Congress, in agreement with the International Scientific Commission, has issued a report ruling on your expulsion for life. Wow. From this community, we will be required to legislate on the archiving or destruction of your research on cellular prolongation. In conclusion, no assistance will be allocated to you. Your equipment and all your work will be confiscated and resold. Sworn state agents will arrive on 8 October to seal up the premises. As regards Leaf Moore's High School, a commission will decide on the necessity of closing it or not. So the amount of horror will you get? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I played the game and I didn't really like the game a lot. I don't know whether I want to actually play fucking whatever it is. Like, I honestly do not know if I want to play fucking, what do I have this fucking box for?
There's nothing left for us here.
Yeah, so I don't know whether I want to actually play that game again. We'll see. Why do I have this box?
There's nothing left for us here.
How do I put it down? How do I put it down? I'm just carrying this box now.
There's nothing left for us here.
What? I'm carrying this fucking big ass safe right here. I don't know what to do with this big ass safe. Oh, am I supposed to drop the thing down to a fucking whatever it is? Hey Kaiser. Gonna be mostly lurking. Yeah, I don't mind. Have a good lurk. This game is alright. I like this game. I like this game so far. Yeah, go kill yourself. Oh, sorry! I mean, go die. and then HJ is gonna be like, oh, report it. Oh, that's it. Report it. Oh, you. There you go. Cool. A disc! Alright, I have a disc again. Wait. Is there anything around here? There's a bunch of CDs. Well, a bunch of vinyls, actually. Huh. Okay. Don't take my words seriously. I meant the fucking guys.
Suck on this.
Okay, cool. Wait, there's another one? Oh, there's another one right here. Well, I need to reload though. And then change to my other gun. Wait, no. Both of my guns are actually pretty fucking shit, honestly. There we go. Yeah, both of my guns are pretty fucking shit. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here. You know what? I'm just gonna use fucking whatever it is right now. Oh, I don't have the second player. Whoops. I had to hold my fucking... Like, I had to press and hold this thing. Okay, there we go. Alright, Kenny. Come out here. Okay, cool. Thank God Kenny's out. Okay, the door seems to be locked. What key do I even have?
It's useless.
Wait, hold on. A statuette with its hands behind its back. I have that. What the fuck? Okay. Key to the teacher's... Wait. Oh! Oh! I had to go down to the fucking safe. I forgot about that. Yeah. God damn it! I had to go down. No Booba today. No Booba today. No one redeemed Booba today. So. Oh shit! Hello. He's back. Yeah, no one redeemed Booba today, so I was like, yeah, sure. This game just keeps getting weirder. I mean, no. Glad I didn't go to school like this. True. Holy shit! It's this guy again! What the fuck? That was Booba! Oh shit. How fucked are you? You're not really that fucked. Oh. How is this not weird? I mean, you came to like the part where I didn't know what was happening and it became fucking weird because of you. Press down. What? Oh. Am I alright? I'm kind of alright. Super progressive is the guy with Booba. Yeah, it's the guy with Booba, duh. I remember that. No, that's not the British. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. Shoot it. What? Am I missing? Am I missing? Was I missing this whole time? Hello? What?
Take that. Eat this. Perfect. The
Jesus.
coffer broke when it fell.
What?
Map of the basement. The key to the
Okay.
It's December 2nd, 1969.
Can he even? Yeah, he
My name is
can
Alan
he
Gardner,
can be killed.
and this is my diary.
Hello.
26. I have now counted 26 cases of missing persons.
26 cases.
Strange that the police have never come up with anything about it. Our school was founded in 1902 by twin brothers Herbert and Leonard Friedman. Herbert is still our principal. That would mean he's at least 100 years old. I just found their birth certificates. Judging by that, how have they stayed so young for so long? I found this photo of a woman with Herbert, or Leonard. She looks a lot like Ms. Wixon. Photos
According
from
to
the
this
late
marriage
19th
certificate,
century. Ms. Wixon and Leonard got married in 1885. Leonard was last seen in 1921. He supposedly died in a plane crash, but they never found his body, or even the plane. I found some articles about the Friedman brothers and their experiments. Said to be so original that they went beyond. In 1890, they went on an expedition to Africa to find medicinal plants. They stayed for 6 months and brought back a large number of hitherto unknown varieties. One strange specimen, Mortophilia, became the basic subject of their research. Photos of disfigured people in his office. I absolutely must find his lab. Underneath the high school, in the basement. I managed to follow him unnoticed through the gardens to the basement of their house. I searched the lab, and according to Friedman's notes, the anti-aging serum is yet to be perfected. The photos of half-human creatures bear witness to the failed attempts. Prolonged exposure to the sun results in mutation. There's also a big door in one room. I don't know what's behind it, but I think I understand how to open it. There's a mechanism with little statues. I've seen 3 of them around the library and one in the gardens. Tomorrow I'll go and try to see what's going on behind that door.
Where? What door? The library door. Oh, it's fucking okay. Sure. Do I still have CDs? I do have CDs. We do have to go back to the library anyways, right? Yeah. Let's go back to the library and find out what the fuck is happening. I need
Where were you guys?
you this
You had
time.
me worried.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, I'm with you. Alright. I'm gonna be hipster. Like always. Yeah. I like this thing. I like this guy a lot. Also, I saw Beep Salt's fucking new persona. Fucking amazing, poggers. Beep Salt now has a persona, poggers. Very poggers. This way, I guess. Wait, can I even go this way via this door? Did you play Beep? What? Wait, which one? Do I play a Beep or do I play Butt? Beep's game. What is Beep's game? Fuck yeah, well, what's Beep's game? Oh, it's the whatever it was on. Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I think I didn't play it at all. I need to know what the name of it again. It was on fucking DreadX or whatever it was, if I'm not mistaken. I remembered it. I just don't remember what the fucking name of it is. Save here.
It's done.
All right. Shotgun.
Here we are at last. Just wait till I catch up with you, Friedman.
Freeman? Oh.
Okay, 2 more statues to go.
2 more statues? I'm fucking finding statues right now? Okay. Hey, Metal. What's the name of the game again, by the way, if you remember it? I just need to remember what the name of the game is. The site. Yeah, sure. We'll see if I. Is it part of the DreadX? Yeah, is it part of the DreadX series? If so, then yeah, I had to buy the fucking pack, honestly. Yeah, I had to buy the pack. I have 2 of these. A key, I don't know what it opens. Maybe it opens like the whatever door it is, huh? They're currently building it from scratch. Oh, okay. So yeah, I didn't miss anything at all. I thought I missed it. I was like, wait, I know Beep Salt has like that whatever thing it is on DreadX, and I remembered it like
You're still here.
very vividly.
Friedman made me his guinea pig. I need to find the antidote. There's an antidote? You're sure of that? I'm absolutely positive. According to Wixon, it's behind some big door.
How do you plan on finding that lab?
Map of the basement.
Map? It's a... You're going...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hey, give me back my map.
Did he just steal the map? Are you fucking serious? This guy just stole my map. Hey, Tanamir. This guy just stole the fucking map, sure. It's like, yeah, I'll fucking take the map. Thank you very much. Fuck. What the fuck, man? Bro, I want that map. Greatest cutscene I've ever seen is like, and just like runs away with the map. And then, hey, I need that map. Hey, sure, dude.
Just 1 more statue to find.
Okay. These camera angles are really something. They are really something as well. Hey, give me my map, lol. I don't even know what the statues are. I'm just collecting these statues, and I forgot what these statues are. What the flying fuck? I can't see shit. Oh shit, I can see that one. Fuck, help me! Dude! What the fuck is wrong with you? Whoa! Oh, do you not have a weapon? Oh, fuck me, I don't have any... Nice, I have a weapon but no fucking bullets as well. Oh, fuck me. Okay, cool. Holy fuck. Okay. We're both fucked. We're both fucked.
Alright, I'm ready to rock.
Revolver?
Alright.
Actually seeing this makes me think you should totally play Bully. I wanna play Bully. It's just I've never played Bully for like the longest of fucking times, you know?
Okay, I'll go with you.
It's a locked closet door. Wait, how the fuck do you get 4 bullets? I just realized this. How do you get 4 bullets all of a sudden? Okay. Bully never had a DLC. You mean Scholarship Edition? Is that Scholarship Edition? I don't remember, honestly. Okay, who's in liability right now? Fucking Kenny's in liability because we don't have fucking bullets right now.
This lock looks easy.
I need you. Do not fucking run away from me, little bitch. Light grenade. Okay, cool. I have like a few light grenades. Oh, I gave. Oh my god, that other guy had the light grenade. Oh, fuck me. Whatever. You have a shotgun, so I think I'm alright with it. Wait, is Scholarship Edition like different? Like very different from the PS2 edition?
There are no rocks to pick here. That'll calm you down. You're gonna love this. Come on.
Uh-oh. I don't have bullets. Wait, I have this though. Okay, cool.
It's useless.
Scholarship Edition is the 360 port. Huh. So both games are the same games, it's just, you know. Yeah, both games are the same games, I guess. It's just. I played it on the Wii. On the Wii? Interesting. I'm already wasting a lot of fucking bullets anyways. Like, feels bad. Soda. Obama soda! Do do do. Oh my god, the fucking soda! Do do do. Oh my god, there's a lot of sodas. What the fuck? You guys know that about you guys know about the meme? It goes like Obama. Donald Trump just goes Obama, and then fucking Joe Biden soda. Do do do. I love that fucking meme. That meme was like the best fucking meme. Whoa! That chair was like fucking flying out of everywhere. Don't it dare! Don't it dare do it again.
It's not working.
Teen GTA. I really do want to play whatever that game's called again. You know, it feels like a fucking, you know. It feels very what do you call it? Nostalgic. There you go. It's fucking nostalgic anyways. Was it the music that was playing? Fucking, I don't know, it was hauntings, I guess. I don't know. People are fucking dying anyways. Oh, dong 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 dong. Alright, let's go to the amphitheater. Because we need to go to the amphitheater again. So I don't know what the fuck that music was playing, but like it is what it is. you know. It's like dun 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 dun. What the fuck? Oh. 24. Is that the brother? Is that the twins and like the nurse? Code 50582.
What a weird movie. And what's that number supposed to be?
Oh fuck. 0582. Oh, is that the gate number? It could be just the gate number. Look how fast fucking Kenny's running. Kenny's a fucking Chad, honestly. Where's the gate? Okay, there. Kenny's hot. True. I don't know whether to switch over to another guy, but like, you know. Whatever. I think it's here. I don't remember if it's here or not. Yeah, it is here. What's the code again? I forgot. No one put it down for me. Fuck me. I forgot the code already. Oh yeah, 0582. Thank you. There you go. Thank the Lord. Okay. We're in the woods now. Sure. What is this? What is this fucking shack? Hello? What the fuck is this? Oh my god, bro. What? I got fucked. There you go. That's it? They gave me bullets and that's about it? And a fucking whatever gun it is on the top? What the? Okay. So someone could go up there? Is it? Or is this just me? I think someone could go up there though. I don't know who. Hello? What are these things? Just go up there, hello! You guys seem nice. Whoa, hello. Shoot!
I am the bomb.
You're not the bomb. Shut the fuck up. I am the bomb. Okay, cool. Sorry, I passed the fire and ever. Is everyone still alive? Yes, everyone is totally still alive. Like, actually still alive. Hope you're doing well, Phoenix Wolf. Don't worry if you passed out. A lurk is always... Oh, ideal! I need bullets. Like, pretty soon. Just fell asleep? Don't worry about it. Oi, oi, oi! Let's go around. Let's go around. Come on. Keep up! Keep up the pace!
Pretty weak.
Well, what do I do? Oh. Oh, shit. Ah! No, you fuck.
Kenny! Kenny!
Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil.
Just wait till I catch up with you, Friedman. Okay, 2 more statues to go.
We just have the weirdest speak of the devil moments. Like, yep, everyone's all alive, and then fucking 1 died, then 2 died. I was like, yep, pain, yeah, pain, man. I had to go through all this fucking. I had to go through this fucking bullshit again. Do you want to watch this again?
There's an antidote? You're sure of that? I'm absolutely positive. According to Wixon, it's behind some big door. But how do you plan on finding that lab? Map of the basement. A map? It's you're going.
Look at that. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, give me back my map.
It's like, oh yeah, give me back my map, bro. He just went on.
Map, that scumbag.
He stole my map, that scumbag. Hey, so Sam. How are you doing? He stole my map. Yeah, he stole my map. Who steals a map? I mean, come on, some guy, man. Some guy who really loves
Just 1 more
maps.
statue to find.
Doing okay? Finally get in spooky mood. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing a lot of the spooky games in the October month. So yeah, I've already completed 1. This is gonna be my 2nd one. I don't know if I'm gonna be complete. I guess yes, I will be completing this, but like, we'll see like how far I can actually go with this game. Shoot! Wait, no one has bullets? Does Stan not have bullets? Stan doesn't have bullets. Oh no. Okay, well, I guess no one has bullets. Wait. Does Stan or even... Oh, God. I'll take this just in case. Don't worry about it. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Fuck me. I found a way to do lingered skill on PC consistently in detention. God, fuck me. Okay, anything with detention fucking speedruns stuff is actually going to IsoFreeze, not me. I made the leaderboards back when I was like starting out speedrunning, and I was like, yeah, I wanna have fucking more speedrunners, blah blah blah, and then I fucking modded IsoFreeze, and then he does all my detention fucking stuff now. I don't even do detention anymore. I don't even fucking run the full detention. It's been a while since I've actually ran detention, to be fair though, so. Yeah, I'm out of ammo. It's going to have SO3 style. Oh no! Silent 3 style fucking alt tabbing. Oh my god. Why do you have to do this, man? All the fucking whatever it is. The new glitches. Cool. Ow. Wait. No! Don't. I'll help you to free yourself. Okay. Whatever. Didn't even for free.
Ashley, dig this. She loves kicking ass. All right.
Ashley, dig this. She loves kicking ass. True. Oh yes, Daddy. It's not quite as bad, but you can all 10 phones again. Interesting. But yeah, I haven't even fucking read that game in a long time, so I have no recollection of what the game is all about anymore.
Looks easy.
But like,
Never felt better in my life.
but like, if you found a way in Detention and Poggers, I guess. Because like I said, it's been a long time since I actually played Detention, so maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll actually go back to Detention and see how it's like with a lot of the skips and stuff.
There are no locks to pick it.
Did you use both of my bullets? You fucking asshole. You used both of my bullets. Fuck you, you fucking idiot. Console detention? Really? Holy fuck. I totally forgot about console detention. Okay, yeah, the sound of this thing just sounds like fucking, oh god, again! Stop! Stop choking me out, bro! Why am I getting choked out all this time, bro? Stop choking me! Prefer the consoles at least a Switch making skip. Oh. Oh yeah. Now I have to take this thing. But am I still glowing? That is the question. I'm not glowing. Cool. I'm not into choking bondage. Shut up. Didn't you find something on fucking whatever that game's called as well? Like, didn't you find... yeah. Didn't you find something on Silent Hill 3 as well?
Not doing anything.
So Sam, you found something on Silent Hill 3 as well, right? What's the code again? Yeah, what the fuck's the code again? I don't want to go through the trouble and fucking, you know, 05 no 0582. Okay, cool. It's just a fucking one-liner. I found a pixel perfect spawn in Parasite Eve 2 to one-shot a boss. Nice. I did not find it, but I was the first to submit a run with Borley's alt tab.
Here, she'd be able to help.
Oh yeah, Borley's alt tab, that's for sure. This guy wants to fucking put his dick in Ashley. Like, fuck. Stop. Stop talking about Ashley. No one gives a fuck about Ashley. Wait, didn't you also submit anything to GDQ? You submitted? Is it like my memory or something? You submitted Homecoming to GDQ if I'm not mistaken, right? Or is it? No. That's Starwind. Sorry, Starwind, Tygoton, Enigma, Schmumbler. Did you submit anything to GDQ, Sam? You're ready to take her out? I don't... Dude, it's all online. It was an online thing. Yeah, they did it online. Wait, what? What? Did it? Did it reset the fucking thing? No, because it's Florida. The because it's Florida. Did you put 0852 or 0582? I put both and none of them worked. I think they changed the number though. Let me actually see if they changed the number. Or is it because it's a fucking thing? I don't know, man. Fucking GDQ was like, yo, Florida has these anti-LGBTQ shit. Nah, dog. We ain't going there. And then they had the whole cancellation fees as well. SH2 RNG? Probably. Let's see. I mean, the area you live isn't bad, but like, you know, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, I think that's what I would say. Like, what could possibly go wrong? Probably a lot of stuff that actually would go wrong anyways. Ooh. Actually, I do not know though, but like, you know, since when they said like Florida is like anti-LGBTQ, and I was like, huh? I was like, huh? I think they also wanted like mask mandates in a state, you know? If they have like mask mandates in a state, then probably they would host it in fucking Florida again, but like, you know, they just didn't. And then everyone's like, all my homies ate Florida. Can you not just have the venue demand masks? See, that's the thing, I don't know. I legitimately do not know about that in particular, because it's fucking, you know, a MICE's fucking state. I don't know anything about a MICE's fucking state other than like, you know, anti-LGBTQ and no mask mandates. I have a good night's sleep, Shy. So if I... Okay, I did put 0582. What the flying fuck?
Weird movie. And what's that number supposed to be?
I put 0582, right? I don't know. If McDonald's won't serve me shitless and shoeless, I won't serve. No, 0582. It was 0582. I just... Oh. Maybe because I didn't press the fucking green button. I don't know. Shirtless, not shitless. Well, shitless would work the same as well. Definitely won't be shitless anymore. I honestly, you know, like... I honestly went through like the whole submissions anyways, and like, you know, all 2,100 submissions. You can find like... Here, I'll post the one, my M-Low IQ. Don't worry, M-Low IQ as well. I'll post the list of what I was talking about on here again. But if you guys wanna check out like the 500 games that I actually took in other than like over the 2,100 game submission stuff, those are the games that I actually like picked. The predictions are on my Discord server, and I do not want to show them at the moment. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna be showing my predictions at the moment for GDQ.
We gotta roll now.
Oh. Wait. Is he still not fucked? Oh my god, he's still not alright. Oh, whatever. I guess so, but I don't know. I honestly do not know about the state, but like they said that they wanted to move state right now. Like for AGDQ, they're gonna move to another state. They're not gonna stay. They're not gonna stay with. Yeah, they're not gonna stay with Florida after like the GDQ that happened. Oh no, not after the COVID stuff that happened. That's what I meant. Oh god. Do you still have bullets? I think you still have bullets, right?
We're freezing our asses out here.
We're freezing our asses out of here.
No more locks. Suck on this.
Suck on this. Oh shit, more ammo. Alright, cool. Alright, Kenny has ammo. Well, while I kinda do as well. These characters are the most 2000 characters I've ever seen. Yes, very much. But yeah, those are my picks for the... Okay, those are my, like, picks out of the 2100 games that I saw on whatever it is. Wait. Nothing comes out from there? Interesting. Oh wait. There we go. I don't know, we'll see. I obviously just want to go to the US anyways, like anywhere in the US, cool. But at the same time, like I want to go there for like GDQ. I solely just have a purpose of going to fucking, you know, where to America and just do GDQ, and that's about it. Florida is Disney, that's for sure. You know. Oh god.
These guards, let's get out of here.
What? Oh wait. Okay. Is that it? Guess that's about it. Okay. New Jersey has smelled. What? New Jersey? Strip center of the world? No. Wait, what is this back here? Oh shit! Is this a fucking dude?
Not like this.
No! Oh my god, bro. I had to watch this thing all over again.
Here we are at last. Just wait till I catch up with you, Friedman. Okay, 2 more statues to go.
Fuck me, man. I don't even have bullets at all. Okay, maybe I should go into like one of those fucking rooms with the is that fucking light, whatever light thing it is, light nades. There you go. The Faculties, starring hit famous actor. Elijah Woods, nice.
Just one more statue to find.
Yeah, but I don't know what state GDQ would switch to, because okay, here's the thing. They only want to take any kind of West Coast, wait, no, not West Coast, East Coast state for GDQ, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know what state it will be in the next GDQ and such. Oh my god, bro. Wait. Oh god. Bro! Okay, wait. I need to know. Kenny's just aiming. He's not even trying to help True. So, like, here's the thing right now. Like, what state would fucking GDQ pick anyways? If it's not gonna be in Florida and they want to, like, they want an East Coast state. Just go to Canada. That's where you live. Do we want to go to Canada? Out of all places, Canada.
He stole my map,
Maryland?
scumbag.
They did Maryland, if I'm not mistaken. Just go Canada. I know they're gonna be doing one, like, SGDQ is always gonna be at Minnesota, right? The other one, they did Maryland before. I think they did it at Rockville, Maryland, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know where fucking, I think it's Rockville. Every state is gonna have I guess, but I don't know. Maybe like I don't even know, honestly, because you know I'm not from the U.S. at least, so
Just one more statue.
I don't know if I could actually. And also at the same time, I mean, Singapore is already like that, you know. Actually, Singapore is not really like that, honestly. Honestly, the whole world is. I mean, the whole world. True, the whole world's. Blame the politicians, man. Politicians are fucked up. Fuck politicians. Oh shit. Illinois? Illinois. Actually, Illinois. Ow!
No.
Fuck me. I need to 90% corn, 10% Chicago. Isn't the corn state like fucking Iowa or some shit like that?
Okay, 2 more statues to go.
Come on, dude. I just need to fucking, okay, I need to get out and fucking get one of the fucking other characters instead. I don't want to get fucking who's this fucking guy? This guy. We have a lot of corn here. Ooh.
He stole my map, that scumbag.
He stole my map, that scumbag.
Why'd he leave it like that?
What the fuck? That means I do need to look in the rooms. Are you fucking kidding me?
Just one more statue to find.
I don't know, man. I read the GDQ tweet. I was like, Florida did that after COVID? Like, what the fuck? That's some weird shit. That's some weird shit that fucking Florida did after COVID. I don't know. Is the whatever the fucking I don't remember what the tweet was in the first place, but it was something along the lines of, oh god, I'm also out of ammo. Did you? Okay, you're not dead yet. Are you dead? I think it's that one. I'm not too sure.
Not like this.
Not like this. God, this is gonna be hard because okay, you know what? Because I don't have bullets at the moment, I need to ask. I need to get like one of the fucking people instead. Is it all locked up? Please don't be all locked up. Okay, cool. Good clickbait for people that would never look into what the law actually is. I guess so, but then again. It's such a weird thing that GDQ just went online like that. What shit do you have, by the way? Okay, you got 10 bullets. Yeah, I guess so. I can... Wait, hold on. I need you then.
Okay, I'm with you.
But I need you to give me your shotgun then. If I could actually give you much... Yeah, there we go.
Okay, I'm with you.
There's nothing left for us here.
There. But at the end of the day, fucking GDQ is gonna shift to like another state anyways. I don't know if they're gonna do Maryland again. Maryland is like the best possible fucking place that GDQ would do. But I don't know. It could go back to Maryland. For all I know. For all I know, they probably just gonna go all the way back to fucking Maryland and that's about it.
Here we are at last. Friedman's famous hideaway. Okay, 2 more statues to go.
If they go back to Maryland, sure. But if they're gonna stick to the East Coast, I don't know where they would want to go, honestly. Or they can just go somewhere else, you know? They could just go somewhere else.
He stole my map, that son of a bitch.
He stole my map, that son of a bitch.
I just know there's something else. Just 1 more statue to
Maybe I'm too lax, but I don't think that's a big deal. I don't know, man. I would have gone to Florida if GDQ was still in Florida. The fact that they kind of... The fact that... I was not surprised that they wanted to do online anyways. Oh yeah, I know you're talking about the law, but like... I don't know why... Yeah, but here's the thing. I still do not know why GDQ had to, you know, like, pull out, you know. It could... I would have gone to Florida for GDQ if it weren't for, like, whatever happened anyways. I was not surprised that they would, they're gonna do it, like, online. But I was surprised that they were gonna do it, like, fully online, you know. Can I go in here? That's the question. Cause I wanna... Wait, I don't have the shotgun? Where's the shotgun? Is it you? How bad is my health? My health in Kenny is not that bad at all. Maybe. I do not know any kind of reasoning anyways, but like it's just whatever it is, honestly. Oh god, hello. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I went through all the trouble just to get whoever it is back, just to die again. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Offense indeed. I need a legit. I wanna think of something, but like honestly, I don't know why am I dying like this like way too many fucking times already.
Just wait till I catch up with you, Friedman. Okay, 2 more statues to go.
I hope one day that hold on. I hope one day that GDQ actually goes back to fucking Florida though. It's just that I don't know why right now they wanted to just not go to Florida. Or you know, whatever their fucking reasoning is. They just don't want to fucking go to Florida. Unless
Just one more statue to find.
the runners or even the staff do not like Florida at all, and then like yeah, sure, they probably do not want to go back to Florida, but I don't know. That's a first aid. Wow, I didn't even know there was a first aid kit right there. I need to go into this room, honestly. Are you kidding me? Come on, dude. Before COVID, no. There weren't any issues before COVID anyways, because I think a lot of people, I'm scared, Mr. Streamer. Well, I don't know.
Here we are at last. Just wait till I catch up with you, Friedman. Okay, 2 more statues to go.
There are no locks left.
Anyway, yeah. So I don't think there's any issues before COVID because you know it's more open than it is right now. I feel like right now the world is more confined and more you know, more whatever it is called. Hold on. Was it you? Yeah, you had my fucking stuff. It's like more confined and more. It's not less contagious. It's more. I want to say insecure. Like a lot of people are more insecure.
One more statue to find.
Like the world right now is more insecure than it is back then. You know, because a lot of people used to be a lot more free than it is. until like the pandemic came along, and then all the other shit also came along as well, so I wasn't sure what we were talking about. I mean, it's just like the
Suck on this.
oh my god, bro. I don't even have ammo anymore. Whatever. Wait. Ow. Really? Where's my first aid?
Never felt better in my life.
Okay, is Kenny like... Okay, Kenny's like a little bit damaged. People focus on the negative thing more. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just that whatever happened, it just happened. Can't really do anything about it, honestly.
Oh no.
Are you kidding me? How am I gonna fucking do this? How am I gonna fucking do this when I can't even fucking... Oh my god. GIF. I think we need. I think I need the pistols. No matter how many fucking pistol ammo I had, I need that one. Unless I'm gonna tell fucking whoever it is to stay. Like I'm gonna tell Stan to stay in place. You know. Other than that, like it's so fucking atrocious right now. Okay, where the fuck are you? You're here.
Let's move.
Okay, I want you to give this him thing. Hope you're doing well, Holy Mujo. Goodbye, Holy Mujo.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay.
Let's move.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
There are no locks to pick here.
Going this way then. Holy mod, what happened? Someone redeemed 1 day timeout and then they redeem it on themselves, so rip themselves. Man, I wish I have this fucking CD on here. There's a lot of stuff that I'm gonna be redeeming. Regretting.
Here we are at last. Just wait till I catch up with you, Friedman. Okay, 2 more statues.
Should I redeem Booba? No one redeemed Booba anyways. I don't think anyone would redeem Booba for now. No one even redeemed Booba for the see, like I told you, like no one's fucking gonna redeem Booba anyways because 1, it's more expensive than it is right now, and 2, like no one has the points to even do it.
He stole my map, that's
No gamba, no gamba. He stole my map, that scumbag. I can't afford Booba. No, bubblegum shrimp. I would want to try bubblegum shrimp sooner or later.
Statue to find.
Hot tub? Yeah, hot tub. How you doing, Phil Swift, the table gluer? You be gluing tables? You're 270. Oh yeah, you have 270. But that's too much. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Oh wait, I don't have the... Are you kidding me? Stop it! OBS cure? Why do people say OBS cure? Oh, OBS cure, true. Hey Cabot. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey Hotbot. Hotbot, aren't you the one who wait, hold on. Hotbot, aren't you the one who asked me I needed follows to start getting points? True. Hotbot, aren't you the one who told me to that I got accepted because I ran fucking I wanna be the Boshi, and I was like, what the fuck, please don't. Yeah. I said, because Pod said that like it's in the next like God knows one day. I know you're fucking silly, but yeah, like I know Pod said
Let's move.
sorry, Pod said that there's like 48 more hours. It's like about a day left that the game list comes out. He was almost stupid that he forgot about the game list and stuff like that. And I said I had like two dreams of two instances of like a fucking final, like the fastest first games list or some shit like that. I said one is that I got in but like it's not a game that I run, and then the other one is like I didn't get in, so what find the mystery behind the game or some shit like that. That's a lot of chins. Hell yeah, brother. I suck his dick with a smile for an hour at a time. I still like that fucking stupid ass fucking song. I'll give you this.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, I'm with you.
I heard something else. Here in the US, you're only allowed to have a single dream. True. Last guy who had a dream got shot. What? Is that true? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Oh, no, I mean Penji's fucking statement. Is it? I'm talking about Penji's statement. I'm not talking about Cabot's statement.
Here we are at last. Just wait till I catch up with you, Friedman.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
Two more
bruh.
statues to go.
Copium man. The American dream. Ugh. Wait, but like, who got shot in Detroit having like the American dream? Huh.
Ugh. He stole my map, that scumbag.
Stole my map, that scumbag. Really? Oh yeah, fucking yeah. Yeah, he had a dream. Fuse bat. Well, yeah, but I'm fucking, you know, I didn't realize that he actually did that in Detroit. I thought he did that in like Washington. That's the thing. I didn't know it was in Detroit. I've never seen RoboCop, like at all. I'm gonna be very honest. I've never seen RoboCop at all.
Okay, I'll go with you.
Okay, stay here.
Where you going?
Where you going? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. This is so okay. This is so fucking dumb because it's in a small fucking compact space. Can't get your break. Yeah, at that part because you know if I were to go back, right? If I were to go back to get the CD, then yeah, sure. It's gonna take me a while just to fucking come back here again. He was actually shot in Tennessee, I guess. But yeah, I've never watched RoboCop because I don't know if I had the interest to watch RoboCop at all. So I didn't watch RoboCop.
Okay, I'll go with you.
I'll give you this. But you have to give me the shotgun. And then reload. You should play as a as a classic. Your interests are pretty limited in Copium. I'm a modern guy, that's the thing. I feel like I'm more modern. That's why. Okay, do you have the gun? Yeah, equip the gun, honestly. I didn't watch Godfather. I have never had interest to watch The Godfather. It was before my times. Have you seen the OG? No. I haven't seen like a lot of movies at all, like honestly. I feel like in my case I watch a lot more horror movies than any kind of like other movies, you know. I've never watched any kind of classic movies at all.
Here we are at last. Just wait till I catch up with you.
Yeah, but dinosaurs I didn't really felt like there was an interest in fucking. He's just said 2 more statues. Oh yeah, 2 more statues, true. I watched Matrix yesterday. I've never watched Matrix as well. I didn't really watch a lot of the old movies or the classic movies. I only watched like fucking horror movies and that's about it. I don't know why. I just watched fucking horror movies.
Stole my map, that scumbag.
Stole my map, that scumbag. I feel old as fuck when you say Matrix old movie. Yeah. I think I watched was like
just one more
Psycho, I think. Psycho was the one that I watched that was like fucking old. Night of the Living Dead sounds very familiar and I remembered it, but I don't know if I've seen it before. There's like a lot of movies that like I felt like I've seen before, but like never. I don't remember.
Get lost. I am the bomb.
Thank God. Okay. Reload this. Romero?
Alright.
Wait, which one are you guys talking about? Is it Evil Dead or whatever it is? Is it this one? Okay, I think there's like bullets in here if I'm not mistaken. No, it's this one. Oh. You with the lockpick. Okay. So I switched you to this one. I honestly don't know a lot of the classic movies actually. I feel like the classic movies are the ones that I don't remember. I don't really watch a lot, you know. And I should be watching them, but you know, I just don't have the interest and I feel like I don't have the interest into watching them for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Wait, which one is it? Oh shit, I gave you my gun. There we go. Zombie movies, I've only watched... Let me see what zombie movies have I watched. Zombieland was one. The Walking Dead is not a movie, but I watched the series. Shaun of the Dead, like, was the one movie that I really wanted to watch. I think Zombieland was the only one that I've watched that is a zombie movie. Other than that, I think most of the times that I watch shows, it's Walking Dead, and that's about it. I heard about Shaun of the Dead. Isn't it the one with the fucking 2 British guys? Or is it another one? Oh, okay, cool. Because I remember there were like 2 British guys. Oh, both are dead. Nice. Watch ASAP? Well, I can't really watch it ASAP, right? And also at the same time, I you know, I don't know if I'm gonna be watching them anyways. We'll see. Watch party in 2 minutes. I'm not gonna fucking go a watch party. I'll do a watch party.
It's not doing anything.
Hey Hercules, hope you're doing well. Let's go, I have the movie star Discord, let's go. Jesus Christ, I'm not gonna do that! I'm not gonna do that just yet. Wait, this is the amphitheater. Fuck me, no. I don't wanna go to the amphitheater. Yeah, but do you think I would wanna interest myself into watching it right now? No. Hey, Rich, shifted. Stream the movie here and get a copyright strike? Don't do that. Don't fucking stream the movie on fucking Twitch. Like, no. How you doing, Rit? Hope you're doing well.
If Shannon were here, she'd know what to do.
I mean, of course. It's weird that like I only watch modern horror movies. I think one of the movies that I really do recommend a lot of people to watch is actually just Mama. What? Do I really have to activate it via watching the film? Really? Okay. Like, one of the horror movies that I would fucking recommend is Mama. The other one is Midsommar. I like those 2 movies. Like, those 2 movies are pretty fucking cool. No, it's the one with the twin sisters. Yeah, it's the one with the twin sisters who, it's not twin sisters, sorry. It's like the sisters, and they wanted to find their mom. Or like, they are adopted because I don't know what happened to the mama. the mom, and then they wanted to like fucking find the mom again or something like that. Yeah, that was one of those movies that actually scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Oh, yeah, I guess when I was a kid, yeah, I watched that shit. Ma. So Mama was one of them that I really did like. Midsummer is another one where like it's fucking, you know, teenagers going to fucking Sweden for a holiday and then, you know, shit happens. My balls, my balls. Hey Sublime Mind. Ironically enough, I watched Final Destination just for the sex scene, and that's about it.
What a weird movie. And what's that number supposed to be?
Yeah, it's kind of like that. With the weird called an orgy. I was fucking 12 or 13 and wait, no, sorry. I was 14 or 15 when I saw fucking Final Destination. And then you had that one fucking scene where like the guy was like oh, 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 and then stop. Oh, okay, keep going, good going. It's like, what the fuck? It's like having sex with this one chick and then he didn't come or some shit. And then he died in the swimming pool because he got sucked in the swimming pool. That was the scene that I was like, yo, I'm fucking young, but I want to fucking like it was titties out anyways. That was more, I don't remember what Final Destination it was. It wasn't Final Destination 1. It was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Final Destination 4. Yeah, I think it's 4. Everyone is gonna be like, I think it's 4. I think it's 4. But which one is it? Midsummer on Twitch and the artifacts? Oh yes, of course. Yeah, that's the one. And then I watched it when I was like 14 or 15 years old. It was a fucking like a family system. And my uncle actually rented out a lot of the fucking discs. You know, a lot of the fucking movie discs. So we had those. How do I get this thing? Yeah, how do I get this fucking thing, you know? I still want to know how do I get this like thing up above. Is there a way for me to get this fucking? Yeah, Mama is scary. I think the other movie that I actually did like and watched a lot is actually Chucky. I think Chucky is a really cool, like, classic horror movie as well. I really like, I really did like Chucky. Okay, Stan, how many bullets do you have? You have kind of a lot. I've never watched, I've never heard of Village of the Damned before. Yeah, but like, what the fuck is Bly? Never heard of Bly. Final Destination 1. Final Destination 1 is cool. Haunting of Hill House.
It's freaking cold out here.
I heard about that movie. I actually did heard about that movie. But I actually don't remember when did I even heard about that movie. It was one of those movies that I heard about a while ago. Oh fuck, hold on. Reload. I'll give you this. There we go. So we do have 2 guns. But I need to switch over to this one.
This wall seems pretty weak.
Reload. I need to reload the other one as well. Oh wait, you know what? Whatever.
Yep.
Okay. This one right here. Controls is. I mean, controls are more modern. Like if you play, fuck, what's that game called? If you play Silent Hill 2, it's like the same controls as Silent Hill 2, anyways.
What the hell? The woods are crawling.
Suck on this. That'll calm you down.
Wait, I need to switch over to this pistol then. Okay, cool. The Hills Have Eyes is very familiar to me. I feel like I've watched that movie before. Saho 2, that Day Konami series. I mean, it follows like that. The controls follows like that. Okay, I didn't die at least. Holy fuck. Is who alright? Okay, you're not alright anyways, Ashley.
Oh, it's the house from last night.
It's the house from last night. Okay, so I can technically unlock this door, right? Can I unlock this door? Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. At least right now I can unlock this door. But now I need CDs. I need fucking CDs right now. What's the lever? Oh my god, it's a fucking lever. Oh great, another fucking guy right here. Okay, cool. I need fucking CDs. CDs nuts, CDs nuts. That's what we always say, CDs nuts. Pistol.
Okay, I'm with you.
I need to reload this. Hill House was genuinely scary. Hill House is great. Okay, wait. What is the movie? I remember watching one of those movies. It's one of those movies where fuck, what is that movie called? It's the one where the guy has some entity in his house. It's not Paranormal Activity. It's some guy who has this entity in his house, and he has a family, and then he has to look through all of the 2.5 Men True. He has to look through all of the films just to find out what happened to like a case or something. It's not Conjuring. No. No, come in the middle. Yeah, what's that fucking movie called? I just don't remember the name of it. See, like... I think so. I don't remember if he has... I don't remember the name. Yeah, I just don't remember what the movie's called anymore.
Back into this hellhole.
Oh yeah, Sinister. Yeah. I watched Sinister as well. I remember that lawn mowing fucking scene that scared the shit out of me. That lawn mowing scene that scared the shit out of me. Wait, I have CDs. Yeah, that scene was like fucking intense as well. Oh no! I didn't realize that thing was... I didn't realize that thing was out. Oh fuck me. Second Sinister is trash. I didn't like... I only like the first Sinister and that's about it. I didn't care about watching the other Sinister, honestly. Like, I really just didn't care about watching the other Sinister. I just cared about watching Sinister. Are you still hurt? Okay, you're not really that hurt. Wait, is the other guy hurt? I guess so.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
I'm ready to rock. What's it was meh? I can tell it was meh. Okay, hold on. I have to be careful with my fucking ammo as well because my ammo is like very scarce at the moment. Oh god, it's this guy again. Oh god, hello. Oh my god, you fucking use your... Oh god, please don't! Okay, cool. Am I in bad shape right now? I am in bad shape. Okay.
Alright, I'm ready to rock.
Melee weapons are worth... the melee weapons in this game is like pretty fucking like... shit. Medkit. Cool. So you have the bullets that I have. Okay, cool. Isn't it this door that I actually went into and then like this like fucking, you know, creepy shit? Oh shit, it's you. Fucking British people. Fuck off, British people. Sorry. This guy got a shank, alright? This guy got a shank. I don't want to be shanked. I can't afford to have people. I can't afford to have British people who have shanks. Hello, mate. Can I have your license, please? Shanking license. Oh yeah, the shanking license, of course. Are you kidding me? Stop it! Why?
Like that?
Very bullshit near the end. I don't even know where's the end as well. What if I just... Wait, hold on. What if I just, you know, unload this and then reload this? And I'll just use this for now. I'll just use this for the time being. It's already a frustrating point in this game, honestly. You know. Alright. Can we get the British guy in here? I guess we can kill this British guy right here. You see British guy? Holy fuck, bro! He just shanked me. He just shanked us. Motherfucker just shanked us. We got fucked like that. Actual physics on a cage door? I don't know. CDs. I don't even know if I want to save right here right now. What the flying fuck? It's revolting, but what happened to the poor person? Wait. Which way? This way. Get out of here, Stan! Oh god. Oh! Wait. Safe.
It's saved. Hurts, don't it?
No! Stan, help me, Stan! Fucking goddamn it, Stan.
Alright, I'm ready to rock. Alright.
A laser? What? A laser? What the fuck? Bro. Wait, hold on. What the fuck am I doing with this laser? What? Huh? Light? It's not a lightsaber. It's a laser. Yeah, the saves are limited, that's for sure. But like, holy shit, I need to like fucking save a few places. I can't really save I can't save everywhere.
Ashley would dig this. She loves kicking ass.
That laser will help you fight against a cat. True. Whoa, dude. I am the bomb. Sure, dude.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
Another CD. Okay. I guess fucking who can have it later on. I don't have a map for here, right? Yeah, I have no map for here. Because fucking guy took it away. Motherfucking guy just had to take it away. Oh. Got a lot of like fucking health kits as well. Are you serious? Wait, does it? Oh, wow. Sure. Wait, hold on. Question. Can I do this? Okay, I can't. Okay. What is this part? Oh. Wait, is this the fucking... Oh. Oh. Oh, I think I know where this one is.
If Shannon were here, she'd know what to do.
Ooh. Okay. I didn't climb up here, right? Yeah, I should be climbing up here then. just loops around to the fucking room. What? Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Okay, so we're back here. But where do I go? Oh. Okay. 17. Reese's 0. Oh god. Hemorrhages? Holy shit. Death of subject. Oof. Oofus. Dead person, dead. I think it's around here that I had to go. I'm not too sure. I don't remember where am I supposed to go, honestly. Yeah, I don't even know where am I supposed to go. I think it's down here then. Yeah, it should be down here. I think it's down there. Yeah, there we go. What the fuck? Oh, wait. Ow, please don't. Oh. Oh god, I didn't realize about this. Wait. I didn't realize about this. Sure, hold on. Hold on.
All right, I'm ready to rock.
Whoa.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
Fuck me. How am I gonna shoot that person? Oh god, Stan. Look at the tits of that creature. I'm not gonna look at that tits of the creature. So how Carousel is this? Is this some fucking dude? Oh, he's dead. Okay, cool. Wait, hold on. I have CDs. CDs nuts! Okay, there we go.
It's done.
Creature in the hot tub? No, we're not gonna put the creature in the hot tub. I don't wanna put the creature in the hot tub. Hold on.
Okay, I'm with you. Okay, I got your back.
Reload this. How's my health with... Oh. I guess so. Wait, I'm gonna go back to Stan real quick and then just use the fucking energy drink. There we go.
It's on now.
Okay. So it does work. But thing I need right now. It's fucking. I think the thing I need right now. It's just a lever, which I need to find a lever right now. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Wait.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
Please don't.
I'm out of ammo.
Wow, I'm ready to rock. Alright, I'm ready to rock.
Wait, what?
Oh no.
Oh my god, bro. Damn, bro. Okay, hold on. I don't even know if I have any kind of ammo for this, you know? Okay. How much ammo do you have? Wait, Kenny, how much ammo do you have? You have very little ammo? Oh no, this is gonna be really bad then. Okay, we'll see if it works.
No more locks.
Oh god, okay. Can I just take this thing and run?
That'll calm you down.
All of them died. Okay, cool. All of them died. Thank the Lord, man. Okay. Well, that was very lucky that I actually ran out there. I've seen them. Loot furries. I know seeing the one of them. The anime ones or whatever it is.
What is this thing?
There you go, lever. Is it locked from here? It's not locked here, right? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is the... Oh. Oh, this is where we were in. Okay. I sent you FSW1. Viewers sent me because reminded me of my Sona. I saw the one with the the very vintage looking chicks, you know, the vintage looking chicks. That's the one that I saw. Hello. Don't you have my map? Didn't you have my map? You fucking idiot, you had my map. Look at your DMs. The fuck, he went in? Are you kidding me? That's AI? Holy shit, what the fuck? Gotta steal a lot of people's whatever it is now. Gotta steal a lot of people's fucking like commission stuff. I'll send it to you, Cabot. Hold on. It just looks like this. There. God, I don't know about the NSFW ones. Create our own Booba horse tuber? No.
Walden, stop. That won't help.
You're lying.
But it won't do you any good.
That's the antidote. Give it to me right now.
You've been exposed to too much light.
No.
Walden, stop.
Give me the antidote or I'll shoot.
You've already started to mutate.
Oh shit. No, no. Rip the old man. Is that anyways? Holy shit, he got stabbed by fucking the plant instead. Call you a foxist? Oh shit, dude. Oh, everyone's back. Let's go. Everyone's back. Let's go. Wait. I saw like one of the stuff. Wait. Was there a laser? I remember seeing like a laser. What the fuck? I guess it's just a bag and that's about it, huh? Oh god, the bullets in this fucking thing. I don't even know if I have bullets at all. Whatever, let's go.
Leonard, forgive me. I almost found the formula. I almost did it.
Yeah, I sent it to her already. Wait, what the fuck? That's a face? What the fuck? Bro, uh-oh. Oi! 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 I can't save! I can't save! Help! Are you kidding me? Okay, wait. So I guess that's what it's for. Okay. I didn't realize it was for that. Okay. This isn't Silent Hill. This is like fucking Alone in the Dark, but like Scooby-Doo. That's what I would call it. Alone in the Dark, but Scooby-Doo like. You need this thing.
It's on now.
And you need this thing. Fucking boings. No, I'm not gonna fucking hear boings anymore. Monsters almost like Dead Space. I mean, Dead Space is good. I like Dead Space. Dead Space is a good game. But yeah, this game is like, if I'm not mistaken, it's just like fucking whatever that game's called. I'm not gonna play Dead Space again. I'm waiting for the fucking remake to come out, and then I'll probably play Dead Space again. But yeah, Think of it this game as like fucking Alone in the Dark with like Scooby-Doo in it. So yeah. But I'm waiting for the whatever it is.
What are these machines?
Where are you? There we go. Yeah, Scooby-Doo with guns. Cause it's all like fucking classmates as well, so. Like all these people are just fucking classmates anyways. Is it here? Yeah, it is here. All of them are just fucking classmates.
It's saved.
Call the monsters. I don't know. Oh shit. Come on, dude. Room with the door. That's what the fucking thing is called. Room with the door. We were about to fuck some bitches and solve my mental problem. Nice.
Suck on that.
Suck on that. Oh shit, the light, the light. Wait, really? Is that it? Wow, okay. I should have just done that this whole time. Shit, dude. Wait, do I need... Oh god.
That feels great.
That feels great. Okay, wait, hold on. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm here.
Trust me, I'm gonna get you back, dog.
Wait, what? What? Hold on, what?
That feels great.
Huh? Oh. What are you waiting for? Start. I'm trying to find where to go, dude. Is Stan dead? Holy shit, Stan's dead. Okay, hold on. Maybe I'll use the chick instead. Oh wait, how many bullets do you even have? 720. Ugh. I'll use the chick then.
Let's move.
Oh, there you go. That's an ammo. That's some ammo. I'll give this gun to her. And then she could heal me like a heal slut she is. Okay, cool. Little Hope any good? I've never played like any of the whatever it is. Oh god. Yeah, I've never played any of the whatever game it is, honestly, because I didn't give a fuck about it. Like, I legitimately give, like, no fucks about whatever that game's called. Oh god, oh my god, dude, stop. No! Go over!
Oh no.
Yo! Fucking hell, bros! Ah, why do they have to put this fucking stupid ass goddamn bullshit thing there? Probably? I don't know if probably is the word. I say maybe. I don't know. Tripped on a monster in spaghetti mode? True, actually fucking true, because I was like trying to go over, but then that thing literally blocked the shit out of me. Oh my god. Shannon, please don't fucking do that, honestly, Shannon. Shannon, you fucking idiot, don't do that. I swear to god, Shannon's fucking just going in there just for fuck all, honestly. Shannon! Shoot! Shannon! Shannon! Okay, cool. Thanks, Shannon. Daphne? True, she's fucking Daphne. What the fuck is she doing? Come back, you fucking idiot! Oh my god, Shannon. Shannon, you're my heel slut. Just don't fucking move. What the fuck are you doing, Shannon? Come on, bro. Shannon, you fucking idiot! Do not fucking do that! She went into the black cock, true. Fucking Daphne was like 4 IQ, wanted to go into the fucking puddle of red. Of course. Of course she wanted to go into the puddle of red. Where else would she go? Well, no more school. No more fucking school. Oh shit, he's gonna use the antidote on himself. Hell yeah. Oh my, no, please. Oh, okay. I forgot the sunlight. No, fuck me! What the fuck, bro? Stop!
Alright, I'm ready to rock.
Are you kidding me? What the fuck?
Shannon!
Are you kidding? That's just me hitting my fucking head on the table. Cool. I didn't realize that there was this one more fucking scene.
Alright, I'll go with you.
Fucking hell. Oh my god, bro. ending? I legitimately thought that was the ending. What are you?
All right, I'll go with you.
Okay, Shannon.
Okay, I got your back.
You only have 1 bullet out of 24? Does she have, like, whatever bullets out of 24 then?
Okay, let's move.
Is she... Wait, no. Yeah, she has. Yeah, yeah, okay. True. But I didn't realize it was some kind of stupid face like this. Oh my god. Bro, Shannon, stop going into the fucking muddy fucking black water.
I feel great now. Thanks.
I feel great now, thanks. Oh my god.
Wow, I'm ready to rock.
Oh, no! I need to reload! Is Shannon? Yeah, Shannon's fucked.
That feels great.
That's why.
Thanks. That helped a lot.
What the flying fuck was that? Stop! Bro! Oh my god. Oh my god, Shannon, please, you fucking idiot. Do not fucking go in.
Thanks. That was sweet.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'm ready to rock.
What's... There you go. Okay. He lost. Well, I'm still at the last part of the game anyways. She gives 90 fucking... No, she gives 25% health. What do I do now?
What are you waiting for? Start fighting.
Motherfucker, dude.
Oh no.
This fucking bitch. Okay. Do I really... Okay, you... See... Okay, wait, hold on. I'll show you what it is with the stats. Hold on. Look at Shannon's stats. 25% recovery. So, like... In the long run, she has, like, more
Okay,
recovery
I'm right behind you.
than ever. Wait, you know what?
Okay, I'll go with you.
Hold on. You have fucking pistols, right? You have 2 pistols. Give all to me.
Let's move.
You also have pistols, right? If I'm not mistaken. You also have pistols. Give all. guess. What the fuck?
Peepo Slam, I know a few of you out there
There's a
believe
dodge
this
button?
streamer is faking being this bad at the game, but I assure you, he is not. I have watched this streamer for a few years now and I can say this is 100% real and unscripted. Even if what you see seems astronomically unreal, yes, this man will fail
No, there's no
playing
dodge
the
button.
tutorial multiple times, will spend days on a single puzzle, and will constantly leave games unfinished.
There's no dodge
Well,
button.
You are not alone in your thinking.
There's no dodge button. What are you talking about? There's no dodge button anywhere. Motherfucker thought that was a dodge button. There's no dodge button. I legitimately had to like double. Oh my god! I legitimately had to double check. It's called Alt F4. Actually blind. Bro, where?
Okay, let's move.
Okay, I'm with you.
Give all your guns.
Let's move.
Give all, I guess.
Okay, I'm right behind
Hold
you.
on. I'm gonna keep this. Yeah. So you should have that many. Okay, cool.
Let's move.
Okay, I want to give you this shotgun. And okay.
All right, I'll go with you.
I think Shannon should have at least as much bullets as possible. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. No dodging? I don't even know, man. Do any AIs or the bosses just you? Yeah. Yeah, they do shoot the boss. It's just, you know. You see? They do shoot. It's just, you know.
I feel great now. I've never felt better.
Poo Swahili? What? Get in, you fucking idiot! Oh my god, bro! Where the fuck did you go? Did Kenny just die in the fucking... Kenny ran away and he fucking died. I don't understand. Why the fuck did he do that? Why the flying fuck did he do that? Oh my god, I'm not with Kenny.
I've never felt better.
Oh my god, I got fucking slapped in the asshole. What?
I've never felt better.
What? Oh my god. Stop slapping me in the ass! Bro!
I've never felt better.
I never felt better. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Alright, I'm ready to rock. Thanks.
Stop slapping me! Come on, man.
What are you waiting for? Start fighting!
Okay, give me a second. What the fuck is this thing right now? I just wanna fucking end this, please. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a way to actually like get all these people to survive, right? You know? Oh my god, dude.
I've never felt better.
Twist ending, everyone dies. If everyone dies, like, holy shit. Oh my god. Oi! Hey. Oi! Kenny, fuck off, you fucking idiot! How do you dodge? Okay, is there actually a button for you to dodge in this game? Has anyone played this game that knows the dodge mechanic in this game? L3, of course, L3, it does nothing. L3 just walks and that's about it. You literally walk with L3. Fucking hell, stop slapping me in the asshole.
I feel great now.
What are you waiting for? Start fighting!
Ugh. Walking's the best dodging? Fuck me, no. Okay, anyone knows what the dodge is? Is there a dodge? Is there a dodge in this game? If there's no dodge in this game, I'm playing this game as correctly as I am. It's not L3. L3 is walk. That's it. Is there a dodge? Is there no dodge?
I've never felt better. I feel great now. Filthy beast!
I don't understand. I really just don't understand. Is there ever a dodge in this fucking game? Is there anything that I need to do in this fucking game? It's L3 only during the month. Fuck me.
I've never felt better.
What am I supposed to do there? Is there anything that I'm supposed to do there? What am I supposed to do? I technically can, but like I'd rather not, you know. You know what? Yeah, maybe I should go solo. Nah, I had to give him the gun then.
Let's check the place out.
Okay.
What a mess. Okay, I'll stay put.
Let me ask the defunct dev team, of course. I don't think you can do that. Can you? Yeah, I don't think you can do that. What's my health? You need to sprint. Yeah, that's it. That's only what I had to do is just sprint. I swear to God, if Shannon comes up right here. Okay, thank God Shannon doesn't come out right here. Yeah, I think that's only about it. It's just sprinting. You can. It's only here, and it's only this character, and that's about it. Oh my God, dude! Stop!
Suck on that.
Oh my God. What the fuck?
Alright, I'm ready to rock. Hurts, don't it?
Whoa.
Alright, I'm ready to rock.
I'm gonna get fucked. Oh. Oh my God. Was that all I had to do was just to wait? Wait, was that all I had to do was just to fucking wait and that's it? So I don't have to shoot him. I just had to wait it out until the sun... You have to shoot some too? Really? It just looked like I had to wait it out anyways. X damage before it okay, sure. Wow, I gotta like fucking fight. Look! They're all having sex now! They're all gonna have sex now! Find all the weapons as in all weapons? What the fuck? Oh my god, okay. The choice of women. Did you collect all 40 pistachios for the good... Ah yes, there's 40 pistachios for the good ending, of course. What is this? Making of ObsCure. You have unlocked the special Morgenstern bat. Okay, laser gun. New outfit? Oh man. Oh, that outfit sucks ass. Okay, this one. Yeah, this one's alright, I guess. Finish the game in hard mode to unlock this bonus. Oh god, okay. Making off. Damn, bro. You actually had to get someone. No, that is the ending. That is only one ending. And then you just have to like repeat the process again to finish up like hard and whatever it is endings. Ew, what the fuck? Yikes. Baguette for dinner. Crabby. Look at all these. Wow. Look at all these hardworking people making a game that. What? When was this game out? 2007? Look at that fucking controller right there. Holy shit. Because this game came out in 2007. Is it? Wait. I don't even know. Wait. Is this game... Was this game out in 2007? Or was it 2005 that this game came out? I don't remember. I think 2007 was the second game that came out. Look at this dude. What the fuck? Oh, they're making the fucking final boss of this game. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Final boss. Man, who's gonna put their dick in that mouth? 2004, I see. See, he also dies. Like, oh man, he died. Oh man. Oh man, he died, man. Video prototype. What is this? Yo, titty shot. This was like a fucking stereotypical fucking, oh damn, we got ass. Like stereotypical fucking British, no, not British, fucking European female. I'm not gonna play the second game now. I don't have the second game, I think. Yeah, actually, do I even have the second game? That's what I want to know. I actually want to know if I do have the second game. If I... Hold on. Do I really have the second game? Yeah, I don't have the second game. I never bought the second game. Wait, oh yeah, I have this on wishlist. Oh. I didn't realize I had this on wishlist. But yeah, I don't have the game. I have this on wishlist, but I don't have the game. I don't know whether to play this game or not. It looks fucking shit. What's the Metacritic? It's lower than the fucking first one. So yeah. On the first, shut the fuck up. I guess the first game is actually pretty fucking interesting. Like, I really did like the first game. Oh, I like ObsCure. I really did like ObsCure. I think ObsCure is a really cool game. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I don't know what other game I will be playing tomorrow, but we'll see. If you do want to join in the Discord, you can join the Discord by !Discord. I'm still gonna do another voting for, oh fuck, I put fucking copium. I'm still gonna do a voting for, you know, the next few games as well. I thought Resident Evil CVX would actually win this time, so I could actually have like a few breaks and stuff like that. But yeah. Tomorrow I would play another horror game. I don't know what horror game I'll be playing tomorrow, but we'll see on the Discord. People actually choose what I play on the Discord, so yeah, there's about that. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with more horror games. Spooktacular. Spooktober, I guess. Let me see who I can host it off to, actually. I'm probably gonna host it off to... Why are people playing Overwatch 2? I don't understand. Flooded with funny cat pictures? Yeah, sure. I don't mind. I don't mind that. I don't even know who I want to host it off to, honestly. I'm gonna just host it out to Orchlon. Whatever. Yeah, if you want to join the Discord, join the Discord. I'm putting up the vote right now for the next few games that I'll be playing. So yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna be putting up the vote for now. If you want to join the Discord, join the Discord. Let's see what game I will be playing tomorrow. But yeah, thank you guys for saying goodbye. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you. Bye.